GIF. Thank God it's flat. It's Rob, Walt, John, Adam, and James. My name is Josh. We are IronRealmMedia. Thanks so much for joining us again. Hello out there, Flat Realm. Nice to see you. Nice to hear from you. Nice to be talking to you again this week. Man, it's been an exciting week. Flat Earth has been in the news quite a bit this week, surprisingly, even more than usual, it seems like. But that might just be me. Thanks for joining us again. Another fabulous week in this flat realm. James, how are you doing this week?
Hello, guys. Hello, Josh. I'm actually feeling pretty good. It's muggy out here. It's very hot and humid, so I'm kind of bothered by that. But other than that, I've had a really good week, and I'm flying in a couple of days, so I'm kind of nervous and sad to go home again. But it's been a great trip out here, and it's always beautiful to travel the flat plane. And yeah, I put out a couple of new videos again this week, so I'm pretty excited.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been hot here, too. It's been well over 100 degrees here in St. Louis. You're going to be doing an experiment on your flight back, are you not? You're going to be doing some recording?
I am. I can't decide if we're going to go full battery mode or if I am going to attempt something, a little variation of what's available. But I will keep you posted as I find out.
Awesome. That's exciting. Adam, how are you doing this week? I know you've got some big stuff coming up.
Yeah, I'm excited, mate. I'm been busy week. Not so much with my flat earth stuff. I've been watching with interest some of the bits going off, but busy packing up, ready to head in the opposite direction to north, whatever that is. But other than that, yeah, just getting ready to head out and looking forward to doing some experiments, like I said, in Italy and heading that way. So bags are packed. I'm on limited pants and socks. I'm on that rationing from the wife at the moment. So we've eaten everything in the freezer. So we're ready to rock and roll.
Awesome. Yeah, that's exciting. I'm jealous.
I'm excited.
Savage, how are you this week?
I'm very well, thanks. And yeah, nice to be on. Been quite a busy week for me. Pissing down with rain here all day. And I've just said goodbye to my wife, who's going to meet the children in America. So I will have the place to myself for a week. So I have a fridge full of man stuff. And yeah, no, it's been an interesting week. It was Moon Day, of course, on the 20th, which was 48 years of lies from NASA. So I was hammering that on flat Earth truths and NASA lies, and yeah, something else got my goat up as well. Talk about the tobacco control plan. So I was hammering that one and a blog post I did on that. So yeah, interesting week, but yeah, looking forward to the show. Got some good stuff coming up.
Yeah, I share that blog post of yours quite a bit. The one on tobacco, and that's a really good one.
I liked it. I mean, it's yeah, just a bit of a witter from me, but the main point of it is the links to the other articles, because there's some fascinating articles in there, and yeah, stuff I guarantee most people did not know about tobacco.
Yeah, I suggest everybody go over to savageplane.wordpress.com and check out John's blog posts. Start at the most recent, work your way down.
I'm so glad you know the address to that. I couldn't know it. You told me. Anyway, on with the show.
Awesome. So we have one more traveler this week. Walter, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. Doing good. Hope you guys are all well. And I know everybody's excited to be traveling. I myself am ready to get home and see my family. I have been here with my distant family in Oregon. I've enjoyed my time here. I've met some amazing people. One of them's actually going to be on the show today. Darryle Marble will be joining us a little bit later. You guys know him from his spirit level experiment that kind of blew up and made some actual quote, real news, if you will. We can't wait to have him on. We're going to have some of the other people I met at the Flat Earth Oregon meetup over the next few weeks, we'll have the founder, Chris Cox, will be on, and I hope to get Miss Carolyn Gutman-Day on as soon as she's got some time to join us. And anybody else that was there, please, if you're listening and you want to be on the show, get in touch with us at IronRealmMedia@gmail.com. We'll definitely work you on.
That is awesome. Yeah, I'm really excited to have Marble on. We had Paul on the plane who did some experiments with his level on the plane. I'm not even sure of the timeline. Who spit that one out first? Do you know? Was it Darryle that came out with that spirit level test first?
Well, that's something we'll have to ask him, because I don't know. I never have noticed which came first. I really don't. I know they know each other. Adam's popping in. He may know the actual time frame.
I would ask it was the marble before the plane.
There you go.
In terms of
which came first, the marble or the plane?
Good one, brother.
But obviously Paul's taking it to the next level. I think what Mr. Is it Darryle? Are we going to what's the reference? We're going to refer to Darryle, rather than feeds. I think what Darryle did was ignite an interest. It was presented in a magic eyebrows of his. I'm going to mention that to him. Do you know what I mean? He's a bit like, this is the Roger Moore of the flat earth community, isn't he? With that mannerism. Right. I think what he brings there was fantastic. That's what he brought, was a bit of personality to a spirit level.
Definitely. Well, we see that a lot here with flat earth people. I mean, it's, you see an experiment and you go, okay, I see a way I can make that even better. Our own Adam Meekin here has actually taken the moonlight experiment to a whole new stratospheric level. My goodness, sir. Yeah, so everybody who sees these experiments being done, get out there and see what you can do to improve it. Add some different controls, different data gathering. I mean, we can always move these models forward.
And I think we discussed this with Paul on the plane. More than just flat earthers, try to get Baller's opinion too. Try to get your spherical earth believers to weigh in on your experiments that you're doing, because that's going to be the way to shut them up the fastest, is to answer their questions before they're asked. So you get them to weigh in on what you should be doing and how to improve these experiments to help them see it. And I think that's really going to shed some light for them too.
There was that guy too we did that with once, this dry guy. Remember him? No, I don't. But anyways, Josh, I just wanted to say a big shout out to everybody listening, all our regular listeners. And before I forget, I'm just going to do this right now. Big shout out to Steve Lawrenson. He is a big fan of our show. You can find him on Twitter at @flatearth_IM. Shout out to you, Steve. Thanks for listening.
Awesome.
Looks like we got Marble in the chat saying, hi guys, ready to roll. I've got a shout out as well this week. Not that I do them. I was watching a bit of Nathan Oakley earlier on today, and they're having a Flat Earth meetup in the UK. And Oakley's going to be there, and Patricia Steer, and Martin Leakey, and Anthony Riley, and about 30 others apparently, and that is at midday, Jefferson Gardens, Royal Leamington Spa, and that's this Saturday 22nd, so get along to that if that's your thing.
On the Anthony Riley thing, I think just a quick mention of one absentee today, and I just want to say I love you, Mr. Freddie. The testimony I heard this evening on Jimmy Brown's show was it's moved me to tears, mate. It's moved me to tears, and I just want to say, when you sober up, I'm going to remind you constantly of it, sir. Constantly.
We'll be retweeting that one out for decades, I think.
Oh, God bless you. So if anybody's missed that, after today's show, go and have a listen to Jamie Brown. Rob was on there. And God bless Liverpool.
Well, here, I'll do my own little shout out here. I just recently was on Facebook and ran across a comment or a post from somebody saying he's asked over 100 flat earthers some questions and they've all ignored him or just completely blew him off. So when I saw it, I made a little comment inviting him on the show. So Brian Acker, if you're out there, if you happen to be listening right now, can't wait to have you on soon. Get your questions answered, and we look forward to hearing your flat earth story. I think we've been friends for a little while on Facebook, so it was just good to hear from you.
I'm surprised to hear that he didn't put up the questions though.
Yeah, I probably should have maybe even scrolled around. I probably could have checked all the different flat earth groups on Facebook and tried to find it exactly which one it was, but yeah, I just did.
Don't matter.
That being said, I have seen the flat earth in the news quite a bit, specifically regarding Facebook. Shoot, let me see if I can find it. Someone had made a comment the way that Facebook has working their private groups. So you can create a group of people or a group and you can set it to private so nobody can actually just see what's going on in there. And some of the shenanigans that were pointed out and going on in these private groups on Facebook were these flat earth groups, and just the rudeness of these flat earthers who would name the group in such a way that would make you think that they're in for an open debate about the flat earth. So then when these people come in with legitimate questions, they're just berated and made to feel stupid and small and just basically cyberbullying until they leave with no questions answered and more confused than when they came in. So I just thought that was funny that they're bringing Facebook and flat earth. That was a pretty mainstream article too. I'd have to double check and see exactly who it was that put that out, but I thought that was pretty.
Sounds like the Flat Earth Society forums. That's exactly what
are they
do.
really? I don't think I've ever been on that website.
Well, I wouldn't say they're rude, but they're it's just so full of all earth propaganda. It's just almost impossible not to come away thinking, wow, this flat earth bollocks.
Okay, so I'm just looking at my little news feed. And this was a couple days ago on a website called Viral Videos. Wow, this is pretty interesting. It's got 507 shares just off of this website. bestnewvideos.xyz, with a big shout out to TheFullArmorOG, it says here, with his video voted best flat earth proof of 2017. And it looks like they even put up his latest one, maybe at the time of publishing, which was the Spotlight on Deception, the NASA Lies, Can You Realize video, which I think did pretty well too. So I just thought that was really interesting that here's all this stuff. It's even got his tweets on there. Interesting.
Who, James is?
Well, it looks like maybe just flat earth.
That's really cool. I mean, that's wow, that's the first I heard about that. That's awesome.
Yeah, here, let me
I mean, but that's the heart of it, right? And that's what you touched on earlier, Josh, which I loved, is, you know, people are starting to do things by themselves and they're improving things and we're starting to make noise, you know? What else can we say, I guess?
But we are starting to make quite a bit of noise. There was what else did we have going on? Oh, flat earth billboards. I think this one particularly falls right down the alley for you and for John and Adam. Apparently there've been lots of new flat earth billboards going up across the pond. And I use the term billboard, lightly. Apparently there's just been some spray paint and some flat boards used for signs.
Not seen any, but I'm sure they should be going up. Yeah.
No, I know what Josh is on about. This is something I'd seen. I think it's Perthshire.
That's right.
In Scotland, and we have I wouldn't call it a tradition, but there was a bit in the news a bit ago where basically farmers' fields they'll stick an old trailer in there or something and hire out and let you know that there's a certain bits of advertising, economized advertising, none of these posh LED billboards that you guys have. So this has been a feature for years as you drive up the motorways or the highways, as you call it. And and you look in the fields and you'll see a farmer stuck a trailer in, and there'll be a sign advertising Ken's Autos or something like that. You know what I mean?
53-foot trailer. Yeah, they do that. They do it out in Canada as well all the time. It's cheap. Some of them even put those signboards together, Adam, in the back of a pickup truck. It's like a sandwich board, and they drive around with that, which is pretty cheap too. Good advertising.
Yeah, it's just that sort of thing. So, and it's more like one of those back of a van sandwich board things. This thing's in Perthshire, but somebody sprayed on there. You know what I mean? The Earth is flat research, etc. But I think the point was it had been picked up by the media, and they were quite respectful, I thought, until, unfortunately, guys, I've got some sad news, and this is, I think it was the Telegraph, Josh.
I don't think it was. Now that you pulled it up here, the Courier, whatever rag it was. The disappointing thing for us all to know is that most flat earthers are actually anti-Semitic, and that was within quite a fair appraisal of the situation, just pointing out what was going off, and that vandalism is a bad thing. You're not allowed to do that. They did point out, to drop the line in, that also most flat earthers have expressed anti-Semitic views. So just to be aware.
Well, can you clarify that? Because it sounds like you're saying most flat earthers are anti-Semitic, and I know that's probably not what you're saying. You're being sarcastic, but
I'm not being sarcastic. That's what was said in the paper.
Factually,
I'm not saying
most
flat earthers
are
anti-Semitic.
Just to clarify,
I'm saying that the article it didn't allude. It was quite clear to say that, you know, if you believe in flat Earth, there's a good chance you'll be anti-Semitic as well.
Can I ask who you feel, Adam, is putting that out? Well, how would a paper that's reporting on something like this just casually but very clearly put that in? How would they get that, you think?
They do it all the time.
I think if you analyse it, it's a reaction, isn't it? It's a reaction, the system's reaction to what's going off. Now, there are certain, but I wouldn't dare profess to say what I'm about to postulate is the exact detail. But, you know, if you look at it, certain buttons have been pressed. We must react to flat Earth, yeah? And what you're seeing is certain responses in certain areas. And within that, what you see in this article is a key indicator of their pathetic, well-known plans now, you know what I mean? Such as, put a flat Earth article out, but within that embed but most of them are mostly anti, you know what I mean? It's and within that, what I would say is the reaction we're seeing is fear, because what you see in that article isn't a measured response. It's not a scientific response to flat Earth. It's a fear-based response to try and straw man argument, or more importantly in this one, just throw basic insults and allegations against people that are unfounded and realistically undefendable by the flat Earth community.
Yeah, and what better way to make a nuclear bomb attached to it? Nobody wants to be called that. It's like game over. It's like the one thing they've mastered.
Oh, I believe we have someone calling.
It's not me.
Adam, we should... I would really, since we remember, Darryle did the Moonlight as well. Somebody had just asked me if you could review it.
Yeah, by all means. I was hoping that I'd start that when Darryle arrives, if that's all right, because I'd really, a fellow Moonlight researcher, I'd sooner start when he gets here, in case at any point he wants to interject.
I mean, good idea, Adam. But
I'm not
leading on from what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Someone get the phone.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll see what's going on.
So I put out this tweet linking to this psychology, a new kind of SIG dev how covert agents infiltrate the internet to manipulate, deceive, and destroy reputations. This explains quite in depth how GCHQ have a secret unit, or was secret unit, the J-Trig, Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group, and this is what they do for a living. They put out, they disrupt, infiltrate operation, ruse operations, set piece operations, false flags. They'll discredit a target, set up a honey trap, change their photos on social media, write a blog about them, purporting to be one of their victims. I mean,
well, what I'd say there, John, is that's exactly what I'm alluding to. So yes. One of the things they'll do is one of these units will say, "Oh, put a flat Earth article. Oh, look, there's that." They're about to report that people are spraying flat Earth. One of these units will then ring up and say to the editor, "Oh, you need to put this line in as well. That most flat earthers are anti-Semitic."
Yeah,
and that's why I say it's a kind of level of desperation, because the message is getting out there. What they can't do is stop the message anymore. What they're having to do is try and subvert it.
Well,
and that is desperation.
The message that what they're doing is also getting out there, because this tweet got a retweet from B.O.B. to his 2.3 million followers. Yeah. So our message is also getting out there that we know what you're up to, places like GCHQ, with your online covert action. And they're 4 Ds: deny, disrupt, degrade, and deceive. So, yeah, keep it up, because we're going to expose you for it.
Well, there's the point where we're at now, isn't it? If you the final D, and if you look at what Anthony Riley's doing and Ranty and that with regards to and get ready to correct me, Josh, Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh, you got it. Nice.
Smash it. Get in there. That's week 1 of 28 or whatever it's been.
Online code action.
Yeah. If you look at what they've been doing.
Disrupt.
Oh, we've got a feedback there, bro.
So, yeah. Keep it up.
All right. Easy enough.
Hey, welcome, Darryle.
Excellent, Darryle. I see you joined us. Beautiful. But you're muted.
Correct me, John. Lake.
Hello, Darryle.
All right. Yeah, there's a button on the screen there with a mic on it. Just click it with your mouse and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, you're muted, Darryle. On your screen somewhere, you need to just hit the microphone with the line through. There you go.
There we go. All right. Hi, guys. A little difficulty here.
That's like standard operating procedure for Flat Earth Friday, my friend. Every Friday, something is fun with Google.
No doubt about it. How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's going wonderfully. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. It's been an interesting day.
Well, we are super excited to talk to you.
All right. That's a new feeling for me. Somebody actually wants to hear what I have to say. That's new. So yeah, let's do this thing.
That's interesting, because that really is kind of probably a new concept for a lot of us who tend to go out there and speak so many things that are against the grain and have so many people that turn a deaf ear to what we have to say, that now that the flat earth has come about and we're all starting to get together and converse and have these conversations, that it really is a unique experience to have people that want to hear what you have to say, that are receptive to your words. It's unusual.
Very true. Very true indeed. And I don't know. I'm just trying to, work my way through the new changes and all that. So, all right. It's all good. All good. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Where are you, Darryle?
Oh, I'm at an undisclosed location, reporting from the mothership. with my manly drink here with the whipped cream.
Hey, I love it. You got to have that coffee. That's also a standard for Flat Earth Friday, sir. Got to have the coffee. Get that caffeine flowing.
We're keen to talk about your van living later on after we've got into it a bit, because a couple of us are very keen on talking about that.
Okay, sounds good. I'm
Darryle.
always willing to share. Yes, sir.
James here, Full Armor OG. It is a pleasure to talk to you, mate.
Hey, James.
Yeah, just wanted to introduce myself, brother.
All right. Nice to meet you. Awesome video. You know which one I'm talking about.
Yep, same rack to you, brother. You know which one I'm talking about. Congratulations on blowing 800,000 views plus. That is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Keep up the good work, brother.
I'll continue to do the best that I can with what I have.
That's all we can ask.
Well, you're doing great so far, my friend. I mean, just this recent video you did with the 5 whys, if you will. Love that. That's the big question a lot of people always throw at us. Okay, it's flat. Well, why are they hiding it? Why are they lying? Why? So, yeah, we definitely need to cover some of those topics as well for some of the people who may be new to this whole thing and want to know why. Because, you know, a lot of evidence goes both ways. We know this. You can see some stuff that works on the ball because they've made it work with the math and the myth formulas and all this. So to be able to show it to somebody like that, that's a great video, a good primer, if you will, sir.
Thank you. I try to make these things as simple as I can because, well, I'm a simple guy, and simple teaching is the best way that I can think of to convey a message to large groups of people, because the way that society's structured now, it's kind of a microwave society. You know, we want everything quick. We want it like right now. So I'll try to keep the videos short and just try to keep the information super simple. You know, I see a lot of videos have a lot of numbers and calculations and all this. And I mean, it's happened to me. My eyes will glaze over after a few minutes of listening to that stuff. I mean, and that I like to think that that's a lot of society. You know, people hear too much. It feels like you're in a classroom. So people start dozing off during the video and they'll just, you know, go on to the next one. So keeping it simple is what I try to do while making my videos.
Do you mean you didn't watch my 6-hour gyroscope video then, Darryle?
I was going to say, Darryle, you were definitely in the wrong place for short and sweet.
Should have been on slow-mo, man.
Hey, Darryle, mate, just pretend like the rest of us, right, that you did.
I haven't even watched it, mate.
No.
So,
like, yeah, man, yeah, it was awesome.
My
to the
favourite bit was the bit where nothing happened.
The conclusion, yeah, the ending. But anyway.
Right.
Carry on. I think you've got the better format there, Darryle, definitely.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's for the kids. Because, you know, the kids these days are, you know, all about the video games. They want to make stuff happen really, really quickly. If your phone's taking too long loading your notifications, you got to, like, turn the phone off, get back to it. Everybody wants to get what they want, and they want it now. So, you know, short videos, information. Here, I'm covering this topic. Boom, boom, boom. All right, I'm done. Be sure to like and subscribe. Bye. You know, that's pretty much how I try to play it.
While we take topics and just masticate them fully, we chew them to death. We want to get all the nutrition out of it. Definitely, that is a great approach, though. I mean, as you say, with this quick, hurry-up society we have, if you lose that attention span, it's over. They'll click over to the next shoot 'em up or the next adventure movie or whatever's going on to distract them right now.
Yep.
So about the van living, we might as well get into it, my friend, because I'll tell you, the first video I watched and saw the background with the wood up there, I thought you were on a boat. I used to work on a tugboat that had that same kind of wood trim. It's like, is this guy a captain? What is he doing? Captain of the flat earth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So what would you like to know about the van life, sir?
Well, what was your inspiration to just do this? Is it just so you can always be able to go where your adventure takes you? Is it just a convenience thing? Talk to us. Just tell us what
Well, the whole idea came from, I don't know, just being in society as an adult, just taking enough time to step back and look at, okay, so I'm going to work. All right, I'm back home again, you know, get up, go to work again. And it's just, I I wanted to get away from the grind for the most part. Big part of that was the rent. You know, not paying rent now is pretty fantastic, to tell you the truth. Still maintain a job, but no rent. That means I can fund other projects if necessary. I mean, there was that. It's just more convenient. I like the flexibility of being able to get up and go to a new location if I feel the need to. Being able to travel on the weekends, or you know, just be out driving and pull off somewhere, jump in the back and lay down. You know, it's a convenience thing. It's about financial flexibility. It's about you know, kind of stepping away from society to a degree, because I got really caught up in conspiracy theories, so they call them, and you know, the whole idea of being stuck in one place. I'm like, dude, they're coming, martial law any minute, you know.
Hit the ground running.
Right.
They bought the coffins.
Yeah, you know, I'm like, I saw the coffins, man. I know what they're doing. I saw the camps. I know that they're inching towards it like every freaking day. So I'm not sitting in one spot so you can come kick my door in. You're gonna have to kick my van door in or something, you know.
Right.
But you know,
when, go. There you go.
Like when it goes down, I just jump up, run in the front, you know, hit the keys, and I'm out if possible. But you know, I just didn't want to be stuck in one location. I mean, there's a lot of different factors as to why I got the van, but saving money, that's been a big part of it.
So what kit have you got in there then, Darryl? Have you got, you know, is it everything bar the shower? And because you work on an army base, don't you? I take it that's where you can just go and have a shower. And but I mean, yep. What kit have you got? You got a fridge? You got a cooker? Or
well, I have I would give you a tour, but I haven't cleaned up in a couple days, so we're just going to stay right here. I'm just going to walk you through the visual.
You're brave enough to go with your face online, mate. We don't need to see your underwear around.
No, it's right. Like, it's all kinds of stuff on the beds here. I've been out and about. But I got little TV up here where I can lay down on my bed and watch some TV if I feel the need to, or if I have time, which a lot of times I don't. A little kitchenette on the backside here. There's some stuff I'll show you. There's a little kitchenette right here. I got an iron right there.
That's camping
down
porn
here
to me.
Yeah. You know, here's where I keep my snacks and all that. You know, a lot of cans of food. Got storage up here. Got a guitar. Some other stuff. This little fan, I may turn this on. Let me know if this is too loud. This is the fan. You can shoot air into this thing. We got the controls right here.
Nice.
You know, I'll turn that all the way up. If I'm sitting somewhere, it gets too warm, then I can turn the fan up. Turn that up at night if it's too warm. I got a solar panel.
I was just about to ask.
Solar panel, that's very convenient. I haven't had any power issues yet. This is where I can, you know, flip the switch and check to see how much power I have. And there on the back windshield, it says "Research Flat Earth."
Good stuff. Do you get hassled at night? You know, do you get drunk kids walking past and shaking the van and all that sort of thing?
Oh no, well, not most that happened. I was in an apartment complex the other day because, you know, I park in apartment complexes sometimes, and one kid runs to my window and kind of tries to scrape the paint off of it because I wrote some stuff on it. You know, says the Earth's surface is 71% water, body's water don't curve, therefore the Earth is flat. D Marble, FE offensive. So
Nice.
that's what I got on my windshield. And this
You're
guy
a brave
walks up and
man.
I live on the edge, baby. That's what I do.
You are a brave man.
If you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space.
Excellent.
I heard a wise man say.
Excellent.
But he runs up to the window and like kind of scratches at it. I'm like, hey, you know, what you doing? But it was late at night. And the windows are kind of tinted, so I like bang on the window. He jumps real quick. So that was fun. That was fun. But that was the only instance. Other than that, it's you know, pretty quiet nights every time.
Well,
So here's a question.
sorry, go ahead.
No, just a question for D. Yeah. So living in the van, I'm real. A help or a hindrance with the ladies?
It actually helps because if you end up dealing with a crazy lady, she doesn't know where I'm going to park at. So I could, go be across town. If I'm normally parking here, I'm like, hey, girl, what's going on? And she knows where I'm going to be there. If stuff goes sideways, I could decide to just park in another town at another place, and she has no idea where I'm at. But
I've got a more pertinent question.
Here we go.
And it may be more hope from us old men sat on the other side of a mic.
Yes.
But flat Earth pinup, is that a help or a hindrance with the ladies?
Oh, flat Earth pinup?
Bro, I've listened to Patricia Steer describe you, and I've never heard passion so much in her voice. So
really, wow. I lost my train of thought. Okay.
Sorry,
yeah, that's embarrassing. Nicely, well done, Adam.
Sip of coffee, you'll be all right.
Well, you're
the Fringe?
What did she say?
Yeah, right. We've gotten to the Fringe early.
We are going to talk about flat Earth at some point
to
our listeners.
Yes.
We are going to get to how you came about and all that. But
real quick, before we get away from the van, I will say this, man. It actually feels like you have gone back to what we were as a culture, a society, whatever. Most people were nomadic in the day. You moved for food, you moved for the seasons, you moved with the sun. Yep. You didn't stay in a square box that keeps your life boxed in, your thoughts boxed in, your spirit boxed in. So I commend what you're doing, man. It feels great. I wish I had that freedom right now for sure.
And you enjoy your flight home, Walt?
Yes, sir. I definitely will. Thank you, sir.
I'm super. If I didn't have a kid and a girlfriend, I would totally be living
exactly. We might just get a bigger van and head out right behind you. The whole crew, man.
I've seen
Flat Earth RV.
Look, there's a family. There's a family on YouTube with I believe they have 9 kids, or it's nine in the family total, one or the other, and they have a bus. They call it I believe it's the Good News bus, and they kind of renovate it and turn it into a killer RV, and they make videos about their life as a big old family living in a bus traveling across the country.
There you go. So it can be done.
Yeah.
Well, as you spread the word with your van, sir, talk to us about just reactions. I mean, with the group I met you with there, we were already kind of predisposed to the thought. But I'm sure you come across the average person that just flips out and like, what in the world are you thinking, guy?
Yes. Not even an hour ago, there was an older gentleman pulls up next to me. Hey, bodies of water do curve. I'm like, no, what? He says gravity. I said, sir, you've lived your whole life under an illusion. I'm sorry. Gravity's a myth. No. So I'm going back and forth with him about that. And that was just an hour or so ago. A lot of the times when I park the van somewhere, if I'm doing laundry or if I'm going, if I went somewhere to grab a sandwich and I'm just eating in the back of the van, I'm on the laptop and all that, I'll find people outside the window walking by, and they'll just stop and stare at and I can see them stand there for about a minute, and I can see the wheels turning in their head like, well, what are you talking about? Lots of different reactions with it. There was a couple of kids the other day. I could hear the girl. She's like, "Oh my God, an actual flat earther!" you know,
like a unicorn or something.
I know. I'm like, dude, we're out there. What are you talking about? But I mean, the reactions are kind of funny. Sometimes, every now and then, and I just got to work on this. Well, I'll get the positive reactions, and people actually ask real questions, and I'll have an opportunity to talk with them for a few minutes. There's been people who will come to the van, stare at it. I'll peek my head out of the door like, hello. And we'll just end up talking, and they'll walk away like, well, that's interesting. People end up being a little nicer in person than you deal with online. I've found that.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, they can hide behind the anonymity online and be as ugly as they want to be. And it's sometimes just ridiculous, the just venom that they spit at us because we're thinking outside their dogmatic parroting back of scientism facts.
I know. And you said scientism, and that brought a thought back to my mind, something that I've been contemplating for a couple of weeks now, and I kind of want to say this in a video at some point. It's like you get more of a reaction from people by saying you don't believe in gravity than you get from another group of people by saying you don't believe in God.
Indeed.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, people will attack you. Well, I don't really have a religion. And people will just say, all right, that's fine. If you say I don't believe in science, man, people will like fly off the handle. They'll call you all kinds of names, and it's just they get out of control. Just crazy with it.
It is definitely a knee-jerk reaction. Well, I mean, they've been putting that knee-jerk reaction thought process in our heads since literally the first time we walked into before a classroom, the first cartoon with the ball spinning, the first movie with the introduction. I mean, the ball, the spinning space pair. It's been pushed into our heads, and just there it is. And once you see something like this, it just kicks in the cognitive dissonance.
I think the irony of the statement, as Darryle alludes to, is those that believe in science, when you challenge it, begin their rebuttal with what you don't believe in science, and by that very nature, it's telling as to their knowing, because they don't know, they believe, and therefore it is by definition a religion.
They have more faith, you could say, than the spiritual people.
Yep, sure do. And that's pretty much it. You know, that encapsulates that thought right there. You know, they react like as if they are the religious zealots, although they claim to be atheists. Well, you have a God, his name is gravity, and you have a religion, it's called scientism. And you know, they like Walt said, you know, the venom that comes from these people, it's unbelievable, to be honest. And yeah, you know, don't try. We're definitely going against the grain, because it's like we've all been indoctrinated into this scientism cult, and most people don't even realize it, because they'll like it was said. So you don't believe in science? What do you mean you don't believe in science? You know, you're not supposed to believe science. Science is supposed to be based on facts and information that's been gathered that can't be disputed. So, you know, faith is where religion's supposed to be, and believing in things is under the category of religion. But believing in science, that's something totally different, and people become very upset when you say you don't believe in any aspect of science.
Right, or try to convince them that what they're believing from that book is no less than someone sitting in the church reading the Bible, believing it verbatim, or someone else reading the Torah and believing it without verification.
Mm-hmm. To get a bit more descriptive of that scientism, when you then become antagonistic, aggressive, suggesting that certain people with certain views should be locked up, they're mentally insane. Those sorts of religious views are what's currently termed, in a derogatory term towards Islam at the moment, as fundamentalism. And I would allude that the level of inability, as James just said, you know, actually, James is a Christian. I'm not a Christian by the standard definition, but James is open to debate. Nobody's open to debate with scientism. It's fact or not. And it has echoes of fundamental Islam, for want of a mainstream media.
You under attack, Darryle?
Just a minute. I think someone's knocking on my van. I'll be right back.
Keep the camera rolling.
Yeah. I'd like to add to that, Adam. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know about Christian per se. That's a little too defined for me, but I definitely believe in the Creator. I follow Jesus. And I mean, I'm loving that the research is supporting a lot of what's found in the very ancient, texts. I'd also like to add a moniker to what Darryle was saying about the science. Real science, as you know, I put out the video this week about Bill the Shill Nye and Tucker Carlson, which I thought was an excellent representation of ball versus plane mentality.
Brilliant.
And I would suggest, and keep in mind, that real science should always be up for debate. We should always be able to question things and improve them.
Hey, James.
Darryle, you're muted. You're muted, Darryle.
Yeah. I'll have to call back in about 10 minutes.
Are you all right? You need help? You good?
No. I'm good. Lady was knocking on the door saying, you can't be parked here, so I'm going to find somewhere else to move to Wi-Fi. That's van life for you, man. So,
we'll see you when you get back, right?
All right, about 10 minutes.
All right, thanks a lot, man. Sorry, James. Sorry to interrupt you there, James. I apologize. I just saw him trying to get our attention, and I knew something was afoot. So continue, sir. You're speaking from the heart. I apologize.
No worries. I'm glad he's okay. I'm enjoying the show. But
we didn't want him getting clamped.
No. But I just, my main point was, let's keep in mind, the people that argue with the dissonance, they have more religion, more faith in most cases than we do. And I love what Adam said, and I'm going to say it again. It actually shows their lack of knowledge about science if they'll actually throw, what do you mean you don't believe in science? As if science is such a broad thing that's undisputed. And that's what I wanted to draw the point to. Science, real science, should go like this. Examine. Look at everything. Look at it all. Whether you think you're going to like it, whether you have preconceptions or not, examine everything. Then think about it. Maybe think about it with some very smart people. Look at it all, think about it, and then act. And that process should always be the root of science. But we don't see that. We see the leaders of so-called science acting like just the thought of questioning it is making you an outsider and everybody else should attack you. Anyways, that was my point. And onwards.
No, that is very interesting. I don't know if it was Facebook or Twitter, somewhere social media this week, and I saw a video of somebody on a college campus walking around asking professors and students alike about evolution. And if they could give him an example of this evolution where one species became another, if they could show that the change in kind, an observable change in kind. And to a man, to a person, not one single person could do it. They wanted to relate all sorts of different adaptations from different species, but never one change of kind. And it was just like 15 minutes of this guy interviewing different people and them just staring blankly. Oh, yeah, I don't have any of that. Or, well, it's the birds. The bird's beak changed. Okay, well, where's the change of kind? Where's the observable change of kind? Like science demands that we use in the scientific method. Where is this observable change of kind?
And where are all the bones? Where's all the transitional bones? That's one more.
They don't exist.
No shit.
I've seen that video, Josh. It's really well done. I put that out quite often. But when we mean kind, I mean we don't mean a Chihuahua and a German Shepherd. They're both still dogs, so they're still the same kind. But yeah, I had it thrown at me a couple of weeks ago about the fruit fly test, and that some minor mutation had occurred, and this is what they're claiming is evolution. And it's not. It's still a bleeding fly. It hasn't turned.
John, absolutely.
Fruit flies are a real good exemplar of a proof that evolution per se isn't actually possible, because most fundamentally, when we talk about evolution, we talk about a genetic mutation, and that tends to lead towards one gene change, which in any realistic sense isn't going to have any effect, and any effect it could have is going to be negative. And fruit flies demonstrate this, because what they do is they have all sorts of really quite large mutations: 2 wings, 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 legs, lots of really mad mutations. But in all of the, even in all the biology history that we've been studying them, what you have to remember, in all of those mutations that have occurred and all the ones that we've observed, which is minimally more, not one of them has ever incurred a genetic advantage to the basic fruit fly. All of them, via their genetic mutation, were rejects. They were worse than the standard God-produced fruit fly.
Well, isn't it the case that some of the genetically mutated ones go on to have offspring that are normal? Back to normal, straight back to normal again.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that these fruit flies that they have a lifespan of a couple of days, 2 or 3 days or whatever. So you can have generations and generations over the space of a year. They're also being messed with, aren't they? I mean, they're being deliberately messed with in order to try and provoke these mutations. Is that right?
Agitated, yeah.
I would just like to add to anybody listening, if somebody challenges you on stuff, I mean, what Adam's just said is awesome, incredible. But a lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but a lot of what people assume as the change that Josh says of kind is merely adaptation and mutation, right?
Yeah. There's numerous examples of adaptation, but there's no examples of change of kind.
Well, one of the many paths I took in my life, I was a serious biology freak as a child, so I took all sorts of biology classes and wound up majoring for a while in college. And my biology professor and I had many discussions before and after class, as I was the lab assistant. And he and I would debate back and forth on the whole evolution, macroevolution, microevolution debate. And he finally gave me a book that he was just really fond of, and I'm looking for it now to find the author, but I cannot find it. I believe the title was something like Show Me the Short-Necked Giraffes, and it just was talking about the lack of these transitional bones, like James was asking about earlier. And one of the examples in that book of just how insane the idea of evolution is, for our eyeball to function as it does, with just pure chance being the reason that happened, would be akin to a tornado going through a junkyard and leaving a jet plane assembled on the other side.
The giraffe's another great example, because just think about the giraffe. The giraffe's fantastic.
I was going to say.
But of course, it's the biggest pile of evidence that evolution is nonsense. Because you've got to start with the assumption: what happened? Did the height of the trees slowly grow with the way the giraffe evolved? Or did the giraffes grow a neck so ridiculously long for no evolutionary purpose that when the trees got so high they could reach there? The purpose of how the giraffe's neck would develop is nonsense. It would never go up towards something you couldn't reach, ever, because the evolutionary process to between the points of not being able to reach and being able to reach would mean the species would die out. It's an evolutionary nonsense, unless, of course, the trees just stayed within height of the highest of the pack of the giraffes, so that they were always just out of reach of the slightly shorter giraffes, but always in reach of the tallest of the pack. And that led towards it. But the possibility of that happening is about as mathematically possible as a fruit fly evolving past the point of the evolution of a fruit fly.
Well said, man.
It looks like Darryle has gotten back with us. Welcome back, Darryle.
Welcome.
Hi. I'm now reporting live from Wi-Fi mooching spot number 3.
Do we have a quick second for one last point on evolution, Josh?
Go for it. Sorry.
Okay. Sure.
My name's not Joe.
I just wanted to add. So the people in charge, right, and all of the people with the books and everything, they want you to believe that you came from an ape. Okay. Now, because I follow Jesus and I seem to think I know about some of the religions, all, if you really look at them, all trace back and kind of say that we were made in the Creator's image. If you look at all the religions, let me ask the listeners, do you think the Creator looked like a monkey? And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, it would have had to have been in a rock or a sludge puddle, surely. Because we didn't stop at monkeys, did we? I mean, monkeys evolved from something else, right the way back to molecules that aren't alive that suddenly became alive. That's a crap way of saying it. Sorry, Darryl. Back over to you. Let's. Sorry, Adam. You had something to say, didn't you?
Well, I did. I mean, that's as you jokingly say there, John, is the whole purpose. And for all of the mathematical probabilities we talk about genetic mutations, the improbability of the formation of at least a very basic form of DNA from a molecular soup is more astronomical than any probability ever considered, in my opinion. It's just not. It's not achievable. Do you know what I mean? And more importantly, past that point, the internal programming of learning, because as we said, nothing changes. Things adapt, okay, and we have evidence for that, but nothing changes kind. But what we do see is things adapt. Now, these things don't adapt necessarily in their full accomplishment of random mutations. Some random mutations may occur, but there's also input back into the DNA, put simply, yeah, which is inputted from the environment. And I would suggest that the mutations we see are suggestions based on this feedback that's been demonstrated. Yeah. Well, now, but within all of that, that requires a level of pre-programming for that feedback to occur, and that is the biggest demonstrator. To use a popular phrase, it's the biggest demonstrator of intelligent design, and it therefore, quite clearly shows that if there's a feedback mechanism, you can't have it's not random. You don't get a random feedback of input because there's a whole set of programming behind the feedback of the input that can't exist before the idea of a feedback.
Well, I think there's a whole program here in itself just on this, but in order to drag Darryl back into it, what are your views on evolution?
Just the same as has been spoken. We haven't seen evidence of any species switching kind. Just the same. And we haven't seen a lizard turn into a bird or anything like that. So I believe evolution is just nonsense. We haven't seen any evidence for it, and I don't think we came from monkeys. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm not with evolution, not at all.
Well, I'm with you. So, James, nope. you had a bunch of questions for Darryl, didn't you? You're on mute. Oh,
of course I'm on mute. Finally, when I'm at the one time.
Sorry, mate.
No, it's all good. Just learning a little bit about you, Darryl, this week. You're quite an emotional guy. When and this is something private, but when you actually sent in your list of topics that you were thinking about talking, I got a really great image of you in my head, and I got to say, pretty rare. So, are you spiritual? Do you believe in a creator? And if you do, what's your favorite verse? That was the first one. And you can answer these in no other order. This is the last one here. What has been the most rewarding thing about your flat earth experience today? Like, what would you say has touched you, moved you, or what has been the most rewarding about this?
Uh-oh, it looks like Wi-Fi spot number 3 may not be a winner, my friend. We're having a hard time hearing you. If you can hear us, Darryl, you're cutting up quite a bit. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Looks like a bad spot to park in, or maybe it shift your computer around or something. I don't know, my man. Flat Earth Friday. If it wasn't a little jumble, we wouldn't know what to do. Actually, it is top of the hour. You guys want to take that hour break while we get Darryl Zero back in?
That's a great idea.
I was going to say, should we grab a coffee and?
That sounds brilliant. Josh, can you put a couple songs on? Because I do have to run downstairs and make coffee. I didn't realize I didn't have some ready. So
I'll start with Gravity.
Only time we use the G word here on Iron Realm.
Did someone say gravity? What happened?
Right.
Oh no.
Trigger.
All right. I leave for 1 second. We start talking about gravity. Good Lord.
We're all going to start singing, dude, in a minute about gravity. As soon as we've done that, are we going to come back and maybe have a quick chat about a bit of Moonlight? Because I know you're a guy that I've watched with your Moonlight stuff. And
we're going to get to James's questions and
yes.
then to the Moonlight.
Yeah, Darryl, we're going to take a quick break and grab some coffee because we need to caffeine up too. So
just
I know what you mean.
Find that sweet spot again, and we'll be right back and enjoy the music, my friend.
All right.
Thank you guys out there for hanging out with us. We appreciate it, and hopefully we will crank this up to the right volume for you. If not, you need to crank it all the way up and enjoy some gravity.
You're listening to Iron Realm Media. everybody. I'm not even sure everybody's back from getting their little coffee break yet, but I figured I'd hop on anyway. I can only play so much music, so here we are.
I'm with you, Josh.
I'm here, mate. Twiddling
good,
my
buddy?
fingers.
Well, my friend.
Wow. Well, you brewed that coffee fast.
Your egg is amazing. Oops, no plugs, no plugs.
Have we got Darryle with us?
We are. We do. We are back with D Marble.
Hi, guys.
How's it going, Darryle?
A tempting video. Brave.
Pretty good.
Have you moved again?
Yes.
Ah.
We're at my favorite hardware store.
Lowe's.
My man.
So really, we thought we'd let Walt field a few of these questions, since you and Walt have actually met in person, and that's more than any of us can say. So since you two have actually seen each other with your own eyes, I figured we'd let Walt ask you a few questions and kind of lead this little interview.
All right.
Well, you mentioned earlier that you are currently working on a base. I take it you do have some military history. You want to talk about that, sir?
Yes, sir. There was year 2000. I graduated high school and joined the Army shortly thereafter. Went to basic training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Advanced individual training at Fort Lee, Virginia. And I was pretty much stationed at Fort Lewis the whole time. Except for a brief stint in Iraq. Went to the Middle East, 0405, as a young sergeant, E5.
Thank you for your service, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Not a problem, sir. Well, the deployment, that was the most interesting time. And, I had some mixed feelings during the deployment and after, and still have different feelings about the military. Since I got out and started looking at other things, other ways that the military is used around the world. And the deployment was interesting because, just going to a different environment and interacting with people from, that culture, that kind of changed the way I thought about things. Along the lines of our occupation in the Middle East and the, war on terrorism, as it were, I came to a point where I could kind of see things from their perspective, meaning the locals there, the Iraqis. The local nationals is what they had us to call them. For the most part, I was kind of upset halfway through the deployment because I could see kind of through their eyes, like, we go over to their country, we set up a military base in their backyard. We're kind of the terrorists in their eyes. And I didn't really feel good about that because, let's think about that. If, the Syrian army started bombing Tacoma, okay, and then they deployed troops here, and then they set up a perimeter, set up a big fence, and started putting up tents and, buildings and all that. I think the Tacoma locals will be pretty upset about that. And, I was just kind of looking at it from the other side, like, they don't really want us here, and I believe they have good reason to feel that way. So, there was that aspect. There were times during deployment when the locals would have these mortar tubes where they kind of have a little mortar tube connected to the back of their pickup truck. And not that they were actually trying to take aim at any specific target. They were just wanting to strike some way or another. And they would load up a missile, so to speak, or a mortar round into the mortar tube, back up their truck to the fence, and just fire at will in the middle of the night. So it'd be 2 a.m, and out of nowhere, boom, boom, boom. we're just like, what is that? Then the alarm goes off. It's like, you long siren goes off, and we have to get up, get into all our gear, run to the bunker, and we would just be sitting there for like an hour in the middle of the night, and it's like 85 degrees. You just got out of bed. You got to put on this vest and just kind of sit there with your M16 and all that. I hope I'm not saying anything that's like classified, but I'm trying to be vague for the most part.
You're doing a great job, and definitely as much as you can, so definitely don't get yourself in any trouble for us, my friend.
Yeah. But the idea of that happening so often, it kind of affects you. It affects people in different ways. What it did to me, having to deal with that, the whole situation where those blasts would go off in the middle of the night. You know, the first day I was there, we're on the base. We hear the explosions, we hear the alarms go off, and I just take off running frantically to find the closest bunker. I ended up running like a quarter mile somewhere. I'm just in this bunker, breathing heavy, and got my gear on. I'm just looking around. I'll tell you what, after a certain amount of times, you kind of stop fearing for your life. And that has a psychological effect. And what it did to me, for the most part, is I'm not really surprised by anything. There's not a lot that surprises me. I can't really give an example off the top of my head right now, but it was, I guess it's a form of PTSD, what happened to me during that deployment.
Do you think that it, well, I know.
Could I just come in on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Adam, please.
With regards to the statement of PTSD, and I'd just like to say you're a brave man, and respect to you, fella, because it's something I couldn't have done and lived through what you just briefly described there. I would just make the statement that PTSD is a bit like ADHD. It's a bit like all of the other made-up syndromes, because the term PTSD isn't a syndrome. It's actually a normal human reaction to the horror that you had to suffer, my friend. And, we're all guilty of why people like yourselves, and more importantly, people like the Iraqi people, suffer that horror because of our silence. And I just want to say, I don't think putting a label on ex-vets and people who have had to suffer that shit is real and right. It's a part of the mind control to try and label you in some way that the horrors in which you've had to suffer are diminished in some way, because the way you describe them is because of PTSD, not that's fucking reality.
I'd like to chime in there as well and echo what you just said, Adam. You're a brave guy, Darryle, and I've never been in that sort of situation, and it must have been absolute hell. I'll take an uber cynical approach, as I often do, and ask, what did it ever cross your mind or anyone else's mind that these mortars may have been US based, i.e. in order to invoke trauma-based mind control? It sounds like they were extremely routine. I mean, if I could ask a question, did any of these mortars actually touch base and, kill people?
Not where I was at. For the most part, they just ended up in the middle of an open field. The buildings were pretty spread out around the outside of the perimeter where they could actually hit someone. Actually, I believe there was a situation where one person was injured, but there wasn't a lot of, luckily, there wasn't a lot of death where I was at. One of the missiles at one point hit the screen of a movie theater, an outside theater. And that was about the most damage I had heard of. But
I mean, does it cross your mind now that could have been trauma-based mind control from your own side?
Absolutely. These are the things that I think of, often, like, were those mortars from, the U.S.? Where are they getting this stuff from? I used to wonder that. I'm like, well, they don't have an army, obviously, so where are they getting this stuff from? Are they making mortars? Did they steal these mortar tubes from the U.S.? And, a few years after I got out, I start watching things that are going on in the news and politically and, different alternative media sources on YouTube, and come to find out, there were situations where the U.S. did allow, our weapons to fall into the hands of, the terrorists.
It's a common
if that's
story,
even who they are. But, yeah, I mean, I'm like, what do you mean? We're supposed to be fighting terrorists, but we're arming them at the same time. Sounds a little contradictory there, government.
And do you think
and I have to die for this?
Yeah, there you go. And not only do I have to, go suffer through this stuff mentally, there are people dying for this stuff. Also, there's my taxes are paying for this stuff too. All our taxes are paying for it. It's just, I don't know. The whole system needs a reset, in my opinion.
Indeed. Well, again, I'll echo what all has been said here. Thank you so much for that you did go through it for us. And we've all done a lot of exploration into some of this MK Ultra type trauma-based mind control stuff. And unfortunately, it is a reality out there in our world. And unfortunately, the people who are supposed to be taking care of things for us are usually the ones doing it to us. Well, have you been able to, talking amongst ourselves here, just in our group, and then talking to some people we've met on Twitter and things like that, it does seem to be a case where even people who were deep into truth, deep into exploration of the reality of history and the lies that have been told to us, even when Flat Earth was introduced into their life, it was the knee jerk of like, that's crazy. But because we had been through some traumatic things, some of us have had cancer, some of us have had serious wrecks that disabled us, some of us, as yourself, have had horrifying military experiences. Maybe that shock that changes your literal way of thinking is what allows you to open your mind up enough to see what's going on behind some of these lies, perhaps.
I agree. And, it actually has in some ways. Like I said, I was able to look at things from the perspective of those who are military or occupying. And, after a while, I got out after almost 8 years. 8 years was the, kind of obligation period, as it were. And, I got out right around 8 years, and I just didn't want to do another deployment, didn't want to, just go through all that again, because, I just came to the conclusion that it's just not right. We're occupying these people's country, and then we get mad at them for throwing rocks at us, when we're driving our Humvees by and all that. I'm like, we're not supposed to be here. Of course they're throwing stuff at us. As far as they know, their uncle was killed in a missile attack that, we provoked. So it was a stressful time.
Right. And the sad part is we never know, what we're told is true, what we're shown is true. I've seen the video here not too long ago of the car bombing, and like seconds before you see no one's in the scene, they all show them run, get into place, lay down, get their arms and legs bent, and then they start the scenario. And it's ridiculous. You see it's obvious, they're texting while they're waiting for the cameras to show up. It's ludicrous what we've seen behind some of these lies, and yet they still push the agenda daily with the television. Daily. Just grab it in.
Darryle, did you were you the exception to the rule, or were your friends around you waking up at the same sort of time and seeing that you weren't particularly welcome?
It's not something that I was able to talk about, being that I was I was a non-commissioned officer, and I was kind of surrounded by junior enlisted, if that makes sense. Being a sergeant, you kind of can't communicate your feelings to anyone that is not an E5 or above. So most of this stuff I kind of just kept to myself until I got out, and then I had some time to do some reflecting, once my service was up.
And that makes it even worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much, and just kind of had to keep it bottled up because it's called fraternization. Now it happens, but I didn't want to get caught, doing that type of thing. So I just kind of kept it to myself,
Well, that kind of leads to. Oh, well, go ahead, James. I was going to kind of lead back to your question. Did this help open you up spiritually, or were you spiritual before that? Go ahead, James.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask those two, and then remind me. I had something else to say after, but do you believe in the Creator? Are you spiritual? If you are, do you follow the scriptures? If you do you have a favorite verse? I love hearing people's favorite verses.
I do believe in the Creator. Although lately, I don't know, I've been looking into some other ideologies. I don't know, I'm hearing that, the Creator will be called by a different name, Yahuwah, actually. And so I'm working towards that direction. A favorite verse. No, hold on. Before I go to a favorite verse, I'll say yes. I did grow up in the church. My dad's a pastor, bishop actually. Now has his own church back in Arkansas that I go to every time I go back to visit. And he's been preaching since I was born. So I was at church regularly until the age of 18. 2 or 3 times a week for sure. So I've been in the religious culture most of my life. And yes, I would say I'm spiritual. I do pray. I'll read my Bible when I can. I do need to get more in tune with all that. But a favorite verse, favorite scripture of mine, believe would be, I want to say Ezekiel 22:30. And let me see. I sought for a man among them that should make up the hedge and stand in the gap, so the land will not be destroyed. But I found none. I believe I'm paraphrasing, but that's one that kind of stuck with me.
Excellent, awesome, brother. Well, that's really great to hear. And thanks for being so honest about it. I mean, even the best of us that have grown up in it can stutter on this topic sometimes, and I appreciate it. But,
James, you can't ask somebody to do that and then not at least respectfully reply with yours.
Well, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual evilness and wickedness in high places. Ephesians, which goes with my name, actually. Therefore, put on the full armor of God so that you may stand against the devil and his flaming arrows. I love it.
Wow, cool.
I'll give you one, mate. I'll give you one. I'm not able to quote where it's from. It's one I remember. Because, like I say, I'm not. But I'm sure Jesus says, I'll give you one commandment. And that's to love each other.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. The royal law. Thank you.
I'll give you one. Not that I know the Bible much, but as far as I know, it's 2 Thessalonians 5:20 maybe, which says, question everything, test everything, something along those lines.
That's perfect, John.
That's
could be a great segue to moonlight temperature test.
It's 2 Corinthians.
That's what
Corinthians, is it?
2 Corinthians, yeah. Test everything. It's
2 Corinthians what? Oh, don't matter. Anyway,
I don't know. That's
test
something
everything.
I read years ago.
I wanted to ask what the moon looked like on your deployments, and if you noticed, as we were going to segue to Adams and
wait, my favorite.
Does it look different there?
I would like to say my favorite, if I could.
Get in there.
Genesis 6:4, because of my whole history of research, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were old, men of renown. Because it kind of ties into some of the hidden, unknown history that has been locked away from our research and whatnot. Continue on. Sorry.
That's Josh. We might as well ask you too, sir. And by the way, awesome so far.
What was that little giggle there, James? I'm just
the verse that Walt chose.
Dude,
He's dying to say the A word. You might as well drop the A.
No, I'm not gonna. That was strictly what I was reading, sir.
So,
I love you.
when I was heavy in the church, I got a big tattoo on my right arm of a cross with a skull sort of superimposed over the top of. The plan was to get some lettering done, and the lettering I was going to get on that was Romans 6:23, which is probably
nice.
my favorite, which was, hold on. For the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of eternal life is through the Lord Jesus Christ, or something to that effect. I forget exactly what it is, but that was probably one of my favorites back in the day. Oh, by the way, Darryle, growing up in Arkansas, did you manage to stay out of the Tyson chicken plant by chance?
Absolutely.
Good.
I may have visited for a field trip at one point. That was about it.
I don't know too many people from Arkansas that haven't at least worked there for a summer.
Oh no, I worked at McDonald's. I worked at Sonic. Never at Tyson though.
There you go.
Wait, so Adam, let's go ahead and recap your moonlight experiment and let Darryle take a gander at all the things you've managed to accomplish.
No worries. I'll share screen in a minute. I'll just start again then, just by Darryle just quickly reading the abstract to the experiment, and I'll start. The design of the experiment and equipment is intended for the measurement of the thermal effect of moonlight. This is intended by equipment designed to promote moonlight as a variable parameter of measurements. Calibrated and certified thermometers with an error factor of 0.1 degrees were used. The equipment was set up to provide different zones of temperature for temperature readings. The 4 zones were inside a glass dome, being exposed to moonlight but not to environment. Inside a plastic box, not exposed to moonlight and not exposed to the environment. C, the exposed to the moonlight and exposed to the environment, and D, not exposed to the moonlight and exposed to the environment. Readings were taken. Yeah.
You sound like you're bored shitless with this reading. It sounds like you read it 4 or 5 times now.
That would be a minimum.
It sounds like you're getting about as interested in moonlight temperature as I am in gyroscopes.
Yeah, I apologise for the. I will. It's reading. I hate reading out loud. I can talk out loud all day. Do you know what I mean?
You do conferences and things.
Yeah, and that's why I'm fine when I'm rambling. Do you know what I mean? But reading off text, I hate it.
You and me both.
It reminds me of days at uni. You'd stand there before you'd done any of this sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? You've got public speaking,
yeah,
and you'd just have a sheet, and the sheet would be right up to your face, and you'd be there shaking. So I still hate. I hate reading.
So tell us in your own words what you did.
Yeah. Right. What I did. What we did, we set up a way of trying to quantify some of the measurements that had been taken and actually give them some validity. Okay. So what we looked at is lots of people, and you were one of them, mate, taking readings with infrareds, showing this area and this area. And those results were valid. Okay. But what we really needed to do was give them some scientific validation. And that really requires controlling a lot of the parameters that, as we saw in a lot of other YouTube videos, were not controlled and not even known previously to the starting of the filming necessarily. So basically I built a bit of kit that should hopefully do that, and bought a bit of kit that should measure ambient temperatures that the thermometer is sat in, because they were designed for taking fridge thermometers and room temperatures for pharmaceutical products, which is my job. So that's what I talked, that bit of knowledge that I had. And when I talked in a very monotone, bored out of my head voice earlier, when I said calibrated and certified thermometers with an error factor of 0.1 degrees, that's actually quite significant, because these machines actually are bloody good. They're not necessarily, I've said before, not necessarily better than anything, but they've been tested by ultimate machines to validate the results we're getting. And they weren't bought off eBay. They are government tested for medical purposes. So that's
government
what we did.
Tested.
Yeah, they're certified to government standards.
I trust anything off eBay over government tested, but yeah, I know what you mean.
No, it's the Medicines Health Regulatory Authority that assess, you know, the bits of kit when I'm storing medicine for wholesale purposes and that. So
yeah,
and they require calibration certificates. It's not necessarily so much direct the pharmacy thing, but for wholesale it is requirement, and you have to get these things tested all the time. So
your results pretty much corroborated what Darryl's results corroborated as well.
And I think that's the point. More simply, you know, it was about going out there with an open mind and just taking lots and lots and lots of data. It wasn't about corroborating anybody's results. It was about going out there and setting the experiment up to try and measure the effect of moonlight. Now, I've only ever talked about zones C and D, and I'm going to stick to them until I go into more detail in a monotone voice. But what C and D, which are the ones that are outside in the air and exposed to moonlight and not exposed to moonlight, clearly show with lots and lots of time data that the effects of moonlight is to increase cooling. And that's, from these results, I think undeniable.
Spot on. I agree.
And there's a bit of geeky stuff that I've obviously said I'm going to publish the paper, and when I do the analysis of all the results, there'll be a bit more stuff like this. I've literally did a little bit tonight just because I was coming on. I thought I'll just have a quick look at one of the sets of results, and it's the test 3, which is when the equipment had been out and done a load of tests all night and was pretty close. So both, and then I've covered both in the moonlight and out the moonlight up for a little bit and let them equate as best as I could to the air temperature. And I put them both out, one in the moonlight and one now not in the moonlight. Oh, sorry, one not in the moonlight and one now in the moonlight. And from that little bit of data, which is the first 14 minutes, and literally all I've done is take both of the meters and allow one to be exposed to moonlight. And after 14 minutes, and this is the bit where, you know when you talk science is lovely, but this is the bit where you can make all sorts of lies up and big statements by just manipulating data. And this is a good example, because as I was doing my workings, I sat there and I calculated the difference over the first 14 minutes of it being exposed to moonlight. And the difference was one dropped by 2.1 degrees and one by 1.4. which is 0.7 of a degree difference over 14 degrees, or 0.05 degrees per minute, which sounds really rubbish, which people could blag off. But the other way of describing that statistically, is to say that it's actually, over those 14 minutes, it's actually a 50% increase in the cooling.
Yeah.
So whichever headline you want to take, you know, statistics, there's lies, there's damn lies in the statistics, and that is an exemplifier, you know, but you can take those same numbers and you can clearly make the statement that actually over the first 14 minutes of exposure with a less than 12-inch distance separation in the same environment, the one exposed to moonlight cooled by 50% more than the one that wasn't. And that's a nice headline. I'll end there.
It is a hell of a headline. So you say you've got some visuals for us?
Well, it was just, you know, literally related to that, and I'll show you the bit of the graph with it that relates to. See if you can see this. Okay, can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Excuse the slowness. See, unfortunately, excuse the boring data. Okay, is that it? Is that it?
Ain't nobody got time for glazing over.
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that the data does bore you, James. Here we go. Yeah, it's here. So you can see. Can you see my screen and my cursor? You can see here. Look at the point here at 19. This is where the two thermometers are sat in equivalent conditions, and at that point is when I then separate them and allow one to be exposed to moonlight and one not to be. James,
yes, sir.
Can you guess whether it's the purple line or the green line that is exposed to moonlight?
I am going to postulate, sir, that we are going to see that the purple line is definitely going down because the moon has a cooling effect. That's my end.
Let's see. You can't see it. Purple here. This one. Thanks, John. Green here. Purple or green to the moonlight.
Oh.
Which one's getting cooler quicker?
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. I'm going to say I'm an idiot. And B, that it looks like the green one.
Thank you.
You're not an idiot, James.
No.
People just don't like looking at this shit, which is why they like reading the headlines and the sound bites and the bullshit that the mainstream put out, because they don't want to go look at the fucking data. That's the problem.
Indeed. Darryle, I told you we were going to masticate this subject.
Please ask Darryle a question.
No. I'm good.
I want his opinion on this experiment, actually, sir. Chime in anytime you're ready about some of this.
No, this is fantastic. Actually, I mean, I'm kind of upset that I'm looking at all the data here, and he's got charts and graphs. I got, you know, a 5-minute video with one screen with a bunch of numbers on it. Like, okay, here's the numbers, guys. And, you know, I'm like, oh, man, I'm a slacker. Oh,
right. Man,
and how many views did that video get there, Darryle?
Let me see now.
Yeah, do give us an update, and we may compare and contrast.
Well, my most recent one, let me check that one.
Oh, that moonlight one in particular, if you've got that.
Yeah, the most recent one got 1,600 views. Let me see. The first one I did is like 2975. I can see that, but it was not a whole lot.
Well, I think that was. What do you reckon, guys? Percentage-wise, compared to what, who had seen Adam? experiment. Or my 6-hour gyroscope experiment. I must bung in the mix there. It's dull as shit. But
the point here to hold on to, guys, is that we all have our own unique strengths. Darryle, yes. You have yours. That's your quick thing. I've got my thing. Adam definitely, with authority, has his thing. And as long as we keep communicating and sharing those differences and actually building ourselves up, and I know we're laughing, and you know, I made that joke about the ain't nobody got time, because you know that's what we do. We all have strengths. We all have little things, and we need to work together.
It's good. Yeah, yes, we need to explain it. We need to explain to each other what we're doing.
And we're working towards that paper. That's the whole thing. We're getting ready for that paper that Adam's going to publish on this whole moonlight experiment.
Yeah, tonight my skill isn't reading from text.
That's
no mind.
Well, I can't say anything with my little 150 views or whatever it is on my little sad moonlight experiment where I threw 2 pieces of paper on the ground and pointed.
That was great.
You know what on that, guys? This data's there. Anybody use it. It's not there for my ego. It's there. It's there for people to use.
Move it forward.
And draw their own opinion from, or go and replicate. The experiment's there to prove it to you guys. It's not.
It is. We need to make memes of it. We need to. We need, you know, like a meme made of this graph right in front of us, showing where that green line crosses the purple line, and saying, "This is where we swapped the temperature, the thermometer."
Right. Well, I'll get to that.
Oh,
then. Right.
Okay. So what we've going on,
Darryle, what we've got here. This is the area here. Okay. So I'll do it. I'll finish it. So this is the area that I was just describing, and this is the point where within 14 minutes you can see the difference of below 17 degrees and above 17 and a half, the 0.7 difference. And that's these two sensors, like I say, are 12 inches apart. One's got a sheet of Lego, suspended above it, so that it clearly prevents the effect of the light. And the way we validated that was this. You'll see here there's like 4 moonlight experiments, but there's something like 10 other temperature testing experiments. Here, I'll show you on screen if I've got it. No, that's work. I won't bore you anyway. But there's 10 other, to set of at least 10 other tests in varying different conditions using sunlight and that to ensure that the conditions the silly looking contraption that I'd made, you know, because it's quite laughable because it's made of Lego, but the purpose it was built for, it was fit for, and it demonstrates that, so that we can say that it's, when angled correctly, it is shading from a point of illumination, whatever that illumination is doing. And there's data to validate that. So we get to this point, and there's the split. And what you can see over a little bit of time is the continued cooling to a point. And what this light blue line here, mate, is the air temperature. And what I've got here is what's called an anemometer. Yeah, that. Yeah. And
yeah. Well done, mate.
I struggled saying that word before, though. That's why. And so what I'm doing here is trying to take an independent reading of all the bits of kit I got. And I did get this off eBay, but just as a completely independent reading, as I shake it around the air for a little bit, try and see if there's any airspeed. And in most of the experiments, it's 0 because it's in my back garden, so it's well shielded from wind, which is a great of great benefit to the validity of the results, that the results again are due to the effect of moonlight, because 0 meters per second means the wind isn't really having any cooling effect. I digress as always, but you can see here that this is the. Sorry, go on.
You basically what Adam's trying to say is he's built one heck of a control system.
Yes.
We're talking about very high level thermometers and sensors. We're talking. He's saying even though it's Lego, like this thing is legit. It is fully functional. He's done tons of tests on this now. Can you just go over the lines and exactly what they represent one more time, Adam?
Right. I was looking for a legend of some sort with each of the colors.
Okay, so if let me scroll up just a touch. I don't know as there is, to be honest. It's just A, B, C, and D. No, so ignore the red and yellow. They are literally for the paper later, and they're there as just as a control. And as I've described previously, more important, this is a comparative study. So it was there just to give some other impressions. And I'll tell you what I learned from that. I'll show you just some of the basics that I learned from. Okay, so as I said, the red one is the one that's basically inside the Lego box. Mm-hmm. Okay, and what we did learn from the control data before is that whatever's inside the Lego box, eventually it's the slowest reacting to everything. But if the environment stays the same, it stays the same and it reacts to environment change the slowest later.
Right.
So in all of these experiments, frankly, the exposure time isn't relevant for the Lego box. That's the first point, and then that's a good thing, because while you're ruling something out, it's making statements about some of the others. The yellow line is the one that's inside the greenhouse, the glass dome. Okay, so that it's still exposed to moonlight, and not necessarily in this experiment, but in some of the other ones, the yellow line does get down to a significantly lower level than should be occurring for something that's inside a greenhouse, which does indicate that moonlight can penetrate through glass. Okay, and that warrants future experiments. Like I say, this is comparative, not definitive in terms of its statements. The other thing it suggests is it slows the effect, and it doesn't necessarily appear to be magnifying the effect like you would get with the sun's light in a greenhouse. It really magnifies quickly. Yeah, This seems to be much slower, and it seems to inhibit the effect of the cooling. Now, the purple line, like I say, is the one that's outside in a plastic container of the actual thermometer, which is designed to measure ambient room temperature. So anywhere, within the range that you see, and also the one that's the green line is the one that is in the moonlight. I might say the light blue is from the anemometer. Now, like I say, we get to a point here, and you can see that the one in the moonlight is cooled so much that it's almost at the temperature of the air. Now, that might sound a bit strange, but if you think about a lump of plastic, the ambient temperature has to penetrate and cool that plastic before it'll affect the actual probe. So this is actually quite significant. After just 26 minutes, we've reached the ambient air temperature.
Right.
And I've got other results that I'll show you later where it goes below the ambient air temperature, and that's significant. But the point of this one is that, strangely, it kind of levels out a little bit. And that's like I say, they're there to measure ambient, and they're not super reactive, but they do measure over time. Now, what happens here, after I've seen it match and stay the distance stay equivalent for, I don't know, what's that, 7 or 8 minutes?
Well, it looks about 8 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, what I do is I switch over. So I move the one that's in the moonlight a good 12 inches, let's go the full 12, full foot, and I move the one that's in the shade out of the shade into the moonlight. So they've swapped exact positions.
Right.
And you can see what happens here. So this has now gone into the shade, and it warms up because there's no direct cooling effect. And the one that goes into the moonlight just instantly cools down. We can see the crossover. So if we say that 32 minutes, after 10 minutes, the temperatures have equalized, and that's quite significant, especially when you look now at the temperature zone here, and the difference between the ambient air temperature here is now what's we looking at, 16.4 to 17.3, so 8.8 of a degree. And if you look at the starting point here, look, quickly after here, the variance with the air temperature, obviously it does equate rapidly.
Adam, this is massively significant. I mean, if you put the probes, one in the moonlight, one in the moonshade, and every half hour you swap them over, what do you think you'd see in terms of your purple and green line?
Well, they just crisscross, wouldn't they? I think I've got sufficient data,
which
for
is
that. I mean,
massively significant. I mean, that's just goes against everything we've ever been taught. Even to this day, if you look up, is moonlight hot? And they say, yes, it is, but it's so microscopically hot that you'd need £1 million barometer to register it. I mean, it's hugely significant.
Yeah, that is, wow. I'm just kind of glued to the screen like, wow, as soon as you swapped them, crossed over, and the temperatures just kind of flipped. Wow.
That's it. X marks the spot.
It's called repeatable, observable, falsifiable. It's called science, and anyone can do this. It doesn't even have to be a registered, certified thermometer. You can put. I got, what was it, 4 thermometers, whatever, off eBay, $3 a piece, whatever, £1.50. You put 2 of them in the moonlight, 2 of them in the moon shade. It doesn't even matter what the readings are on them, as long as you take a reading of what the digital readouts are, then swap them over, then you've created your control. And what all you're interested in is the difference between the temperatures when you swap them over. It doesn't matter what the temperature's telling you it is. That's irrelevant, and that'll probably be taken out of context. And the principle is that things in the moon shade get cooler, and you showed that as well, Darryle.
Oh, I mean, wow, that's, man. Okay, well, I have more ideas for the next round of experiments.
There it is. That's what we were hoping we could do. Inspire you to move this along as we have. I mean, that's why we masticate these things so deep. We want to move this along, show everybody all the data, and see what you think. Move on with it with the next big video.
It's brilliant.
Right.
Yeah. Adam, did you have it? Sorry.
In terms of quality, though, as of now, I don't think you will find a finer moonlight experiment. I know I've seen a lot, and Adam, we've said it a lot, but Grand Slam, that's the Iron Realm trump card, just like John gave us with the gyroscope. Well done.
No, it is. It's spot on.
I've got one more semi-statement I would make in terms of some of the perusal of data I've done so far, which I want to look at it. Like I said, this is a comparative study. It's to give me some ideas as to where to do some more detailed experiments. But one of the first experiments I did, Darryle, right, was once I'd done all the tests and everything, I was desperate to get the machine out, desperate. And I've got a little app and I can see when the moon's up at night, blah, blah, and it's not happening. And if you can see here, this one, it's close to sunset. 10 to 9 in the UK on the 1st of June, okay, which is still pretty damn light, basically. So I didn't care, and basically what's happened, I had a barbecue at the weekend, and you'll see here, move to tent, and this is interesting to validate the equipment. But what's more interesting is some of the other data I get from this. So the point of what I'm alluding to is daylight, okay, and the moon is really high, basically heading south at, I don't know, 75 degrees, really high in the sky, opposite. So I just thought, well, I'll wheel the kit out, see what happens. Okay, and it's quite warm here. You can see, look, compared to the other experiments where it's late at night, it's 21 degrees, it's 19, 20 degrees. Okay, if we take the anemometer measurement. Once again, look, both of the external temperatures, the thermometers, start at exactly the same point, and once again we see the same massive change in divergence. Okay, and these comparative divergences is something we'll look at. Once again, we actually, and this is quite interesting, we actually see the Lego box, which, for want of a better word, is double insulated plastic, put simply. So a really well insulated thing. So it's going to maintain whatever temperature, but the building will be affected slowly, and that's quite a drop, really. more than we would expect comparatively to the drop in temperature for that particular unit. But what we see here is, because it's warm outside and there's not a great deal of temperature difference, I think here we're seeing the real effect of the moonlight, because you can see that the one inside the greenhouse, because it's warm outside, the only effect that's really being on it is the effect of the moonlight. And look how quickly it catches up and stays with the one that's outside of glass and actually equalizes with it. And all the way down, look, it's cooling at the same rate. One's inside a glass dome, one's outside under a piece of Lego as a moonshade. Look at it, stays all the way. And actually, strangely,
dude,
that's interesting.
It stops here. It stops here. It doesn't continue past this point.
Okay.
But it stops here. Okay. So let me just clarify that later.
I gotta say, something just clicked. Okay. Obviously, you know what? They're hiding something massive that we haven't tested with the moonlight. And what do we know? Who loves the friggin' moonlight? Who uses the moonlight? Old people, that witches, spells, all that kind of thing. But what I just had an epiphany about, Adam, is that they're hiding this for a reason. There really is something going on with that light. Man.
It's very difficult to argue from my point of view. And I'll just end this little bit here once again, though. So at this point here, look, I end the experiment. And as I said, I had it's a 2-man tent. So it's all this equipment's on a little trolley. So I just wheeled it into the tent at this point. And what we've got here, look, then, is all we can look at is the purple and green. So that's both of them then go into the tent. So a more ambient, probably slightly, well, it's getting cooler. But what I do keep doing is taking the air temperature in the tent. And if you look, within what we're looking at, a short amount of time, they're exactly the same. And that to me validates that the equipment is measuring the environment it's in. Because when I wheeled it into a tent, it's the same, because there's no moonlight affecting any of them, as demonstrated. So everything equalizes eventually after quite a long amount of time, because they've been out in the. See here, I'm dragging them out of me shed, so they're slightly warmer than outside. But look, after 217 minutes, the pieces of equipment are virtually the same. And this is a point of criticism that, they're not the same as the air temperature. And I agree. Well, I'm not measuring whether or not they match the air temperature. What I'm trying to demonstrate is there a divergence in the cooling when the only variable change is exposure to moonlight? And what the data is showing is that is true, irrespective of the air temperature. That can affect the rate of cooling. But what we show in all of the experiments is that there is a divergence and cooling is increased when exposed to moonlight.
Cool. Brilliant. I'd love to, at this point, just put a shout out to any of the listeners who would be interested in a sort of IRM technical sideshow. We've talked about this, Adam, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. It's
whether people are interested in this stuff, because obviously we are. Well, you know, some of us are.
No, we are, all of us.
No. I'm
we
not
are.
saying anyone or anything. I'm just sort of, you know, would people be interested in listening to more in-depth analysis of this sort of stuff? Let us know. That'd be great. You
mean like a UK special?
No, like an IRM technical special.
Geek stuff.
Yeah,
I think
the flat geek.
I think to give it kind of the point. This week, me and John's been arguing about various things, Michelson-Morley, double slit, and stuff like that, and
relativity and EMC squared and Tesla, and
I think we'd be interested in a more of a phone-in thing if people
Absolutely.
wanted to listen to us ramble and then come and go, you're talking nonsense, or at least
great idea.
Offer scientific
analysing papers
opposition,
that claim to purport one thing, and then, you actually analyze the data and they completely say the other thing, and it's just a more you drill down thing, because this sort of stuff may not tweak the nuts of most of people who are watching, but I mean it is amazing stuff, and it has a lot of implications to it, but yeah, there we go. Sorry.
I'll tell you what,
those
results are more valid than a gravitometer. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Lies they come and lie go.
They go.
Lie go. Yes, sir.
That's funny. It's so funny that you guys are thinking about a technical show, because on the other end of the realm, we actually are
spiritual.
thinking of a kind of show where we might cover. Can I say the A word now, Walt?
Go right ahead.
Aliens. Some of the other weirder, maybe dumber
why
down
not? Why not?
technical things. Maybe a midweek show to see how our ratings would do, perhaps.
Right. Well, definitely I want to get the spiritual side of all this tied in as well. And I know from what we've already heard from you, Darryle, that you seem to have that approach as well, that leading with the heart, I think you said, to win over the minds, which, as we approach the minds with our data and our graphs here, definitely the heart is a huge part of this.
Yes. I'm from the school of thought that believes that it doesn't matter what you know. It matters how much you care. Well, let me see. People don't care what you know until they know how much you care.
I love that.
That's more of that. So, that's how I try to approach my videos, how I try to approach people who are asking questions online. And, I'll try to convey that as best I can and share that idea as best I can, because, it's easy to get frustrated with people who are constantly coming to us with an attitude. Well, if the earth is flat, then, you got any picture of the other edge? They come to us with such attitude, and we kind of have to look at them like, okay, I understand me saying that the earth is flat and that gravity's a lie. It kind of stands, squarely against everything that you believe in. So we have to have a degree of compassion when dealing with people. Even if we do have all the information, because there was and I kind of figured this out from a personal experience, also in the Army. There was a guy that I knew, smart guy, but he was always the smartest guy in the room. And because of that, he was kind of a jerk, and the thing was, I would say, Tony, you're smart, but the way you walk around with your nose in the air, knowing that you're the smartest guy in the room, it's kind of condescending, and you're kind of pissing people off. So, I would just try to relay that to him, but, nobody really wants to be that guy. It just kind of happens, as a byproduct of not really considering how other people feel that are around you. So, I'll just try
if it feeds into your ego, sometimes it's just unavoidable in some situations. So
yes.
Well, your heart-centered approach is very refreshing. I mean, we definitely approach that as well. We hope with our show, we all have met and have gotten to know each other over the last couple of years here at IronRealmMedia, and we love each other. We feel a deep connection, and what we're trying to get out there, we hope comes across with heart, even as we throw all these graphs and images at you guys. So,
right,
sharing with us today as well, man.
And Darryle, same
yes,
thing from my end, brother. I've often said on the show, and I'll say it again, all of these people that we're fighting right now, they're gonna be coming to us. I mean, everybody eventually is gonna have to acknowledge the flat earth. Because why? Because it's real. But we need to be soft. We need to be kind, because the last thing we want to do as leaders or as proprietors of the new world and the experiments and all the stuff that's going to follow is to rub it in their faces and be like, you stupid idiots, I told you so. We need to be kind, and we need to, find them new positions. There's going to be a lot of fallout, and instead of falling to the traps that men always do, we should try and lead with a good foot forward. So,
yes, I agree, and that's kind of another thing that we have to keep in mind, because we can't run around calling them globetards, because at some point they're going to be flat earthers, full out. But
Absolutely.
I feel like we're supposed to. Although I'll put myself out there, I'm not always the nice guy online. Sometimes I have a rough day. Sometimes I get frustrated. I may just snap on someone or just say, "Here, watch." Just get a little attitude with it.
That's what Twitter's for, man.
Yeah, there you go. Walt, you saw me earlier. Some guys saying,
sir.
"Well,
Yes,
you
sir.
flat earthers never provide any evidence. You never go out there and actually do any experiments." I was like, dude, I don't think you know who I am.
Right. That was brilliant. It's like, here's my experiment.
I'm like, yeah, I'm the guy that actually took the spirit level on the plane to prove that the Earth is flat. Don't know if you know who you're dealing with here, buddy. So I wasn't trying to be mean. I'm just like, come on, man, you can't sit here and say none of us have any evidence, because you haven't looked over all the research. You haven't actually gone on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram or Facebook and actually sought out any flat earthers and actually looked at what experiments have and haven't been done. So you're just saying stuff now.
And you can send it to them till you're blue in the face, and they won't watch the videos. Oh, you're a YouTube University graduate, and it's like, okay, I learned how to fix my washer, my car, my computer, all kind of things on YouTube. So whatever. And then they have the hours that I go away from Twitter to work on the show, to talk to people like you and the guys here. I come back and they've been there for the last 15 hours in these debates with people, when they could have been spending that time doing some actual research instead of
exactly. And I'm thinking they're trolls sometimes, and other times I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering, what are you doing?
Actually, there's a few in that little group that you were in there for a minute that we've actually tracked them down in their little lairs, and we know who they are and their sock accounts, and it's kind of funny. That's why I play with them when I get
part
bored.
of the game.
Hey, I'll tell you what, speaking of people who, put the money where their mouth is and do their own experiments and everything, I see Paul on the plane is in the chat as well. As maybe we can bung him a link.
Oh, I reckon we could figure something out. Absolutely.
Ooh, you think?
Oh, nice.
That'll be good.
Are we approaching the next what time? Oh, we are. We could head into the Fringe, invite him in. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Darryle,
Yeah.
you know Paul on the plane,
hang
don't you?
with us, Darryle?
Yeah, that'd be great. Let's get them on here.
Cool.
And then we'll talk about the meetup that we had last week, man. That was just a great event. And we actually have Chris is in the chat with us from Flat Earth Wax channel. He was the guy who organized the meetup and the Flat Earth Oregon group. So definitely glad to see him there. We're going to have him on so we can have a whole segment. We don't want to try to cram him in. We knew we'd have a lot with you today, Darryle. So we'll try to get him in the next week or so.
Talking about cramming in, Walt, me and Paul's, he's been having parties, anniversaries, family over, all sorts. We've been trying to chat basically since my lad had his karate accident and I missed the show with his experiment. So if we could get maybe 5 minutes and before Paul gets on, maybe just have a quick look at the map data he drew. I'd just love to have a quick re-look at these pictures and a quick chat with him at some point as well. That'd be awesome if we can.
Can you share them, Adam?
Well, I'm hoping Paul's got them because I just wanted to kind of jump on his thoughts and.
Let's take a quick break and get Paul in, maybe.
Well, it's 4:21, so it's a good time for a break.
Grab it again.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can't track him down and give him a link if he's got time. He did say he was super busy, so hopefully he'll be able to pop in and say hi at least. So, give us a few minutes. We'll play some music. See if I can find something new. Probably not. Anyway, we'll be back shortly, hopefully with Paul on the plane. And
thank you guys for staying with us. We appreciate it. You are here with Iron Real Media. It's Flat Earth Friday. We're about to head into the Fringe. Strap in, get your seatbelt, put your tray in the upright position. Be ready. It could be a
Hopefully Rob can come in.
Yes, sir.
name is Josh Corey. I'm here with Walt, Adam, James is somewhere. John is here. We're joined by Marble today, and hopefully Paul on the plane can scrounge up his link and hop on with us, because that'd be huge. Oh, apparently he replied he might have trouble getting on.
I had a response, Josh. It was he's on daddy duty, so no bigger responsibility, so you can't moan.
Nope, that pretty much trumps it all, doesn't it?
It does indeed, in my book.
Yes.
So, but yeah, that was interesting first off, dude. I've don't know what you thought about those bits and bobs, Darryle, but if we can get it out there, mate, I'm looking forward to, and more importantly, on those the stuff that I've rambled on about. I'm really interested, genuinely, in feedback, and to take this stuff on. And you know, as I think you alluded to, people alluded to, you know, criticism is one of the valid criticism is one of the best things to develop any bit of science. And
yes, absolutely. And you know, that'll have to be one of those. You know, I guess I'll be back out in the moonlight next month. With my equipment again, working on being more detailed this time. As this last time I had four different surfaces as opposed to just the aluminum foil. I had, you know, a couple of sheets of aluminum foil. I just had 4 objects out in the direct moonlight and 4 in the shade, being blocked by a piece of plywood, basically just acting as artificial shade for me. And, you know, came up with pretty much the same results. Everything that was in direct moonlight turned out to be cooler. I took readings shortly after I placed everything in position, the 4 objects in the moonlight, the 4 objects in the shade, and got my measurements, you know, the temperatures for everything on each side. Show the difference between the objects in on like one quick, not even a graph. It was just a graphic, just a page showing all the numbers for a few seconds and the difference in temperatures. And gave it about 30 minutes. I just let everything sit outside for a half hour. Went back and did second set of readings on everything, and yeah, pretty much showed that which was in direct moonlight ended up cooler than everything that was in the shade. So, you know, I believe, yeah, next time I'll have to have figure out how to do charts and graphs and all that good stuff, you know. And
I think we'd be maybe better off just kind of developing a do your own moonlight test. I mean, you're the man with the abilities to stick a video out there and get it out there. Maybe that's something that, just like with the take your own gyroscope, your own spirit level on the plane stuff.
Yes,
maybe we could, you know, get something like that out. That's just a simple experiment for people to do themselves, that they can see the results themselves. You know, I genuinely, dude, I went into this. John asked me to do it because I'm on record as saying I've always believed it because I felt called removed, you know, but I went into it, as you can see, with an open mind to try and test it as best I could. And I think for a lot of people, if you can do stuff like that, like the flight experiments that Paul's done, you've done, it's one of the best things because you can talk at people all day long, which I'm quite good at, but you know what I mean? To be able to do it yourself is...
Yes. And that'll be something that I'll be promoting, that people get out and go do their own experiments this time. I'll be promoting that a couple of weeks before, you know, just giving people a heads up. I'm kind of taking the role as not so much a technical expert, but more of the community organizer / hype man. You know, I want to get people excited, you know, try to get people more united.
Yeah,
in this whole situation. So
I think you're doing good at it, Darryle. Well, there was a question banded around. You had a 5-year plan, didn't you? That you were basically going to take on yourself, but I think you've probably got a couple of million people behind you at the moment. Where do you see yourself going? Where do you see all of this going in by, 5 years time? What's that? 2022. Ooh, all the numbers.
Yeah. Well, as far as where I see things going, things can go in a few directions, and this is where it may get a little grim, because we know who we're dealing with on the other side, and they're not going to give up control easily. So, the way I'm seeing it, very soon, hopefully later, more than sooner, they're going to need a distraction, because there are going to be more people asking questions. There are going to be more people in the NASA live stream telling them, yeah, we know this is CGI. We know you're actually in a pool. We know this is fake. We know you guys have never been beyond low Earth orbit. You can't get through the Van Allen radiation belt. Okay, you guys are full of it. We know this. And, at some point, there are going to be more people asking questions that they're just not ready to answer or don't have a good answer for. And they're going to need a distraction. And depending on what that distraction is, things can get a little dicey in the future.
Have you got any idea what you think those distractions will be? I mean, I think most of us would agree the alien thing is on the agenda, that's for sure.
Yeah.
October.
Right. I'm thinking by the end of the year, there might be some sort of alien invasion just in time to distract people from the Flat Earth Conference. If I were the bad guys, I'd set it off before the conference.
Well, honestly, that's what I was about to say. To me, the opportune moment is when millions of people are all looking up at the sky at the same time. And when is that going to happen in the near future? Anyone?
Sounds like
eclipse.
Right around August 21st, somewhere around there.
Everyone gets an A today and a gold star. Yeah, I think that's got to be it. I mean, I have a weird feeling about what's coming up. That's kind of why I decided partially to head home and not stick around here.
Yeah, but Walt, you've just looked at the double slit experiment and screwed it now. So nothing's going to happen on that date.
We'll see.
John, I'm give me a minute, Adam. I'm trying to jump all over him. You are not allowed to even use those two words this week, John. That deep. You cannot even utter those words this week.
Double slit. Why is that, Josh?
Well, because it's going to. That's like 4 weeks worth of conversation at 4 hours per conversation. That's a huge can of worms to open. 2 hours.
We're not doing a quantum show today.
Yeah, everybody can get a little better grasp on what it is they're trying to even say in this double slit experiment.
I want to qualify what we're going to say, John. I'm desperate to qualify what we're going to say. So I beg.
Well, I feel an IRM technical episode coming up.
Yeah, I do see it in the near future. Well, looks like we got Paul finally got in with us.
Hey, hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. I've been having some technical difficulties, but finally made it in. So, hey, Darryle, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
My main man, Paul. How you doing, buddy?
Doing great. You've been doing some great work lately. Really enjoying it. So keep it up.
Yes, sir. You too, man. Been out there doing the here. This is where I feel a little vulnerable. You guys are all doing these super technical experiments. I'm out here like, let me hop out of my van with my laser thermometer.
No, man, that's exactly it. Though we have to cover all the bases, like you said.
Yes.
I mean, the attention spans go from minuscule to vast. So
absolutely,
we have to cover all the bases, and you guys are making a great stride that way.
Data is data, okay, and what my experiment tried to do was give a unified bit of data. A million experiments like yours, Darryle, which is just going out and confirming constantly, is actually more powerful than the data I've put up, because it's got 1 million independent readings behind it, and 1 million independent readings is what we want. That's undeniable. Anybody can laugh at what I've done. Anyone can laugh at what you've done. 1 million people have done the same thing. Science can't deny that.
Yeah, I agree. And I'd also say that the gyroscope experiment that I did is the least technical thing you're ever going to come across, because it is literally a spinning bit of metal encaged in other bits of metal. That's the reason why I chose it. There's no electronics, there's nothing controverted about it. It is literally just a gyroscope.
Yes.
I think I got the record for the simplest experiment. I turned on my cell phone, I calibrated it, and I shut it down, and then I'd sit back and flew a bunch of miles and turned it back on when I got to the next spot. I mean, come on. Anybody can do that. I mean, I think I got the most simplest and easiest one.
With those unbelievable tiny little microfiber vibrating accelerometers in there, and yeah, absolutely. That was a piece of piss.
I don't even know, Darryl. I don't own a laser thermometer, so you got me there.
See, I had to get mine pre-ordered. That's all. It's all good.
So you're back home now, Paul? Are you back from Ireland?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got back, let's see, 25th of June. Been back almost a month now.
Oh, right.
Just when we got back, since we got back, we just had so much going on, family stuff, and haven't been able to be as involved as I'd like. But things are kind of starting to slow down now. And I've really got something really cool coming up. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I just threw a quick video up a couple days ago. But you guys remember Archer Sage? You guys remember Archer Sage that was doing all the forensic analysis with the photos with NASA and all that? Mm-hmm. Well, he had to shut his channel down. Said it was time commitments and just wasn't able to do it. But we've been talking on Skype, and man, the work he was doing was just so good. So he's been working with me in the background when he's had time. And we're putting together a series. We're about ready to launch it. It's probably going to be the next couple of days. We're putting together videos right now. We've been doing some really, really good work, I think. And so it's taken some time to obviously start putting it together and organizing it. And it's going to be a series. In fact, we're even considering maybe doing season 1, season 2, because we got so much stuff to share. But we're going to start rolling this stuff out soon. And hopefully it'll have the impact that we think it will. But obviously you guys and everybody else will be the judge. So I'd love to talk about it more. I don't have much time. I got to run now. I got 3 kids here, and it's getting close to dinner time. And but I just wanted to jump on real quick and say hey to everybody, and I'll be around and be a lot more involved soon. So
thank you. No worries, man. We'll look forward to that.
Yeah. Thanks again for your time and letting me jump on. And Darryl, keep it up, man. Everybody, all you guys at IRM, keep it up. I really enjoyed it. I'm usually having to catch up a little bit late just because I've been so busy, but I'd love to be on the future if you guys would have me. And we got a lot more to chat about. I know, Adam, you and I got some stuff to catch up on some of the data, and we really need to get that done.
I can't wait, bro. I can't wait. I've got some bits of my own that I think support some of the strange readings, maybe not as accentuated as the readings you took, but I think it might explain some of it. But I've got a bit of work to do, so maybe the gap will enable us to have a more productive chat, mate. But I look forward to it, pal.
Yeah, cool. All right, I'll be ready soon. So anyway, thanks, guys. I'm going to take off. Have a great God bless you guys. Have a great rest of the show, and have a great weekend.
Take it easy, Paul.
Catch you later, Paul.
Happy anniversary, Paul.
Indeed. Happy anniversary.
Thank you, guys. All right, take care.
God bless, mate.
Keep it flat.
God bless, Paul. Stay flat, buddy.
There it is.
Paul on the plane, folks. Folks on Twitter.
Is that a good point to mention, Walt? Did you guys invent something? You and D Marble invent maybe?
It would seem so. According to my brother, we invented the flat Earth handshake right there on Hawthorne Avenue in Portland, Oregon.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. That's something that I do anyway. I call it the official flat Earther salute.
There it is. So we have to move it forward. Take it out. Spread it.
Yeah, I have guys greet me like that at work. It's pretty funny.
You're flat man at work, right?
Heck yeah. Keep it flat 24/7.
That's it, my friend. That's it. Well, definitely your heartfelt approach is coming through in the stuff you do. It was great to meet you guys. Talk about the meetups. Talk about the future meetups. Do you plan on doing something up there in Washington too?
Yes. I actually had a friend of mine making some calls around local pubs, bars, and wherever you can get some people together. I had a blast in Portland last week, and I can't wait to do another meetup out here in Seattle or Tacoma or Federal Way, wherever, But I got some marching orders from Carolyn, and I'm supposed to be getting a new Facebook group started. Let me see, it's going to be the official Flat Earth Washington. We're going to be working together with Flat Earth Oregon, I believe, and we're gonna. I'm liking what's going on these days because more relationships are being formed, more partnerships, and just like we're doing here, more think tank type of activity. We're just coming together, getting more ideas on how to move this thing forward. And as far as the meetups, those are fantastic. It's always good. Like I said in the video, it's always good to get around like-minded individuals because we get so much ridicule, so much kickback, pushback from people online or maybe on the streets if you talk about flat Earth or if you wear a shirt. So getting around people who already accept the fact that the Earth is flat, it's very refreshing. So anybody that's listening that hasn't been to a meetup, definitely get to one as soon as you can.
Well, definitely, like I said, meeting up. It was good to meet you guys. You mentioned Miss Carolyn. I know she was working on putting up a billboard on the main interstate here during the eclipse because there'll be a lot of backed up traffic and people sitting there for quite some time. I mean, apparently they're going to shut this place down for 4 days with this whole thing. It's going to be pretty crazy. So I have her email address. I did have the address for the I'm looking through my notes here. Apparently I left it downstairs when I ran to do coffee. I do apologize. But her email is forcgd@yahoo.com. You can get in touch with her if you want to help with the billboard here in Portland and get that getting up. It shouldn't take too much. I think they were looking for about $1,500 to get it up. And she was talking with some people there at the meet about getting a GoFundMe set up, and I am still trying to find my notes. As soon as I have that address for you guys, I will get it to you. But shout out to her. Shout out to Chris Cox, who set up the meetup. And like I said, we'll have them on the show coming up here in the next couple of weeks.
That's awesome.
I'll tell you what, Walt, if she gets a site set up and an appeal set up, I've got a tenner in my pocket. If we can get that running during the summer highway, yeah, definitely, bro.
Well, I'll tell you what, on that note, I was approached again this week by someone who, I'm not going to mention names or any IDs or anything like that, but they were offering money again, saying that they were coming into a certain amount of money and they'd like to put it towards the cause because they can't do anything themselves personally. And they were sort of offering P900 and this sort of thing. I mean, for me, it's I'd like to put a shout out there. Is what would other people do if they had a little bit of money? How would they do it? And I think that it was just you talking about these billboards, and I was just thinking, this person wants to make a difference, then a billboard would be a massive difference and would probably cost a lot less than a P900 anyway. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that sort of offer, which is incredibly generous.
Yeah, I would like to see one right here in St. Louis because we're at the intersection of so many interstates, 44, 70, 40, 61. There's a whole bunch here. So a well-placed billboard would get huge traffic. Plus, we're right next to an international airport, so that'd be good too.
Mhm.
But I would like to do a flat Earth meetup here in Missouri.
Well,
I
this
actually
is what
grew
I
up not
find.
far-
This is what I find about flat Earth is that, you know, it's not. I mean, I'm a sort of veteran of the common law movement sort of thing in the UK, as Adam is as well. But this is the thing about flat Earth, is that it has got donors. You know, I've been offered multiple times for equipment or, you know, sort of any sort of expenses that need doing. In terms of my anonymity, I've had to decline, but other people can use this generosity in the community that's out there, because there are numerous people out there with funds that would like to make a difference, but don't want to do it themselves or can't do it themselves, or, you know, let's have some ideas, because I can't think of any other than that. What you just said, a billboard, it's great.
I could add a few.
So could I.
It comes back to levels of mind control, and actually, you guys know I'm a pharmacist at the moment, and what's happening at the moment is all prescriptions in the UK are run by the NHS, and everything's going electronic. And what a very clever company at the moment is doing, and to the detriment of patients, because, and this is the point, people don't really comprehend necessarily in its fullness something when it comes through the post. And there's a very clever company at the moment that's telling everybody that the NHS is going electronic, and you don't have to get your prescription like you used to anymore. You can just do it electronic. You just fill this form in, and people, the sheeple they are, that's sufficient information. You don't need to read it. You fill it in, job done. And unfortunately, I had a lady last month rock up. I need my prescription. Well, so we check on the NHS database. She's disappeared. She's gone. Well, you signed up to this farm at the electronic pharmacy. It's in Leeds, so I can't get your prescription from Leeds, though, but you can. You know, and the point I'm alluding to there is that if something comes in through your letterbox, it has an officialness to it. It has a and if people want to do stuff in the UK, there's a thing you can sign up for the Royal Mail, and the Royal Mail will deliver to every single household in said postcodes for a fee. And I've looked at it for advertising my business, and to cover North Nottinghamshire, it would probably cost me somewhere in the region of £1,500 to £2,000. So equivalent to a billboard, but you know you're hitting every single doormat in that area, not necessarily everybody who's driving past at the point that your billboard is flashing for its 6 seconds in a 1.5 minute cycle.
Well, even
you know
a
newspaper
ad, or you know, even if you thought really big, let's, you know, say a TV ad or a radio ad at least, or something along those lines. I mean, it's time.
Well,
the point I'm getting
John,
at is that we know it's flat, we know it's stationary. Now it's time to move it on. Not enough people know it's flat and stationary, that you know, we can be a voice to be heard.
That's the point, John. It's using voices of authority to disseminate the information that's important. So just as I said Royal Mail and you said radio, well, that same pharmacy company advertises on radio. Again, it doesn't allude that they're a separate company to your local chemist. And sadly, part of advertising is not necessarily saying the whole truth. All you necessarily need to do is use what's it called? Stay calm and keep flat. If you use a Royal Crest on there, you know what I mean? Stay calm and keep flat, like that. I just made that up. You can have that. You can have that for nothing.
So on that note, Darryl,
do you get me?
Can you talk?
It's official methods, John. Sorry.
Yeah, we got you. On that note, Darryl, you've chosen the hashtag FE offensive. Some people may get offended by that, but what is it that you're actually saying in that? What are you trying to put across?
Well, the hashtag started when I was on Twitter arguing with trolls. Shortly after the spirit level video got a little more attention, I got more attention on Twitter. So I get more people asking questions and calling me names and all that. So, I mean, what I would do on Twitter, not exercising as much control or self-control as I try to these days, I would snap back with something kind of, a little more attitude than I show these days. And, I might call them a name, or they'll ask me a question, then I'll ask them a question and, kind of tell them, well, you don't really know what you're talking about. You don't even understand what you believe completely. And, I'd say something mean, and then I'd use the hashtag FE offensive, because I understand that whoever in a conversation is asking questions, they're pretty much in control of the conversation. Mm-hmm. And that's something that we deal with on a fairly regular basis. And the person that's in control of the conversation, the one who's asking the questions, has the person who is being asked pretty much in a defensive posture. So we're constantly having to answer questions. Well, how do the seasons work on a flat Earth? But I've seen ships go over the curve, going, out on the ocean. So how do you explain that? We're constantly having to ask questions that constantly puts us in a defensive position. So I started to ask them questions to challenge them to see if they actually understand what they believe. And after I would ask a question or say something with attitude, I would use a little fist punching emoji and the little flash bang or whatever, and I'd put hashtag FE offensive.
So basically, the FE offensive was the antithesis to the FE defensive.
Exactly. And it's just that we're as flat earthers always in a position where we have to answer questions. We're always being asked questions and we're always having to answer. I'm thinking we're at a point where we don't really need to defend this whole idea, because once you turn the corner and you actually go from believing the earth is flat to knowing that the earth is flat, your attitude can shift. And that'll happen to all of us. Like, I didn't really have it locked in until a little bit earlier this year, and it just takes one aha moment. Like, you kind of believe it, you think about it, and you're like, yeah, I'm a flat earther. But until you really come to the conclusion, like, okay, that's it, I know the earth is flat. This isn't even a discussion anymore. Once you go from believing to knowing, then there's an attitude shift. And that's about where mine came earlier this year.
I think that's, the state where you go from needing to believe to actually knowing. And this is sort of where I am, and most of us are, is that, okay, we now know. We don't need to prove the flat earth anymore. Those with extraordinary claims need to provide extraordinary proofs. And we've seen absolutely nothing in 2.5 years plus. We've seen nothing from the spinning ball Earth brigade in space that can back up anything they say. So it's a case of, right, we know it's flat now. What do we do about it?
Can I ask a quick question there, Darryl? Is that the point? At the point of knowing as opposed to believing, from your own level of whatever reasoning that you get to that point, is that the point that you start to invest the time and effort that we're seeing, that we've seen? Is that the point that you hit mainstream and the point you decided that? Because to me, that was the point when I started to geek around and waste all the time doing experiments and this, that, and the other, when I knew it was, and I wanted to actually not, as John alluded, not prove it to myself anymore, but to maybe try and help prove it to other people, that it becomes a kind of altruistic effort as opposed to.
Well, what I've been doing lately, it's kind of been in phases. What I did at first, the spirit level video, I was nowhere on YouTube before that, and I was okay with that. But I did that experiment for, a Facebook group. Just as, I was talking with some guys at work, and I saw a meme on Facebook, and it said, these are things that do not work on a spherical Earth. And it showed a picture of a compass, because in the military, they teach us, in order for a compass to work, it has to be level. It has to rest flat. It has to be on a flat surface, or you have to hold it level. So it actually, will turn towards the north and get you oriented in the right direction. So there's a compass, it showed a gyroscope, and it showed a spirit level. So while I was talking to the guys at work, after work one day, I just ran over to Lowe's, not too far from where I am now, and grabbed a spirit level for about $9, and I brought it to work the next day. And I'm like, talking to the guys, I'm like, dude, look, this doesn't work on a ball Earth, okay? See how I can sit it on a table right here, and the bubble sits in the middle? If I go to Portland and I can sit it on another table and the bubble stays in the middle, that means 200 miles in that direction, south of here, the bubble shouldn't be able to rest centered. This doesn't work on a ball. And, from there, I started thinking, if I take the level, if I, videotape driving to Portland, and see that, actually the car is not going over any curvature, or, I was thinking about that, but I'm like, nah, that really wouldn't work. I'd have to have somebody holding a level with me in the van. But I thought about it and realized I had a flight coming up in a few weeks. So I started thinking about the experiment, grabbed the level, asked some people, hey, I'm like, hey, I need the chart with the spherical trigonometry, the numbers to justify the curvature. Can you get that for me? And some people posted that, and I just kind of took it and ran with it. But, doing that, I did see that for myself, that the Earth is flat and that the airplane is flying over a flat surface. And that was one thing that snapped it into place for me. From there to where I am now, my activities on YouTube started off as me answering questions. And still what I do today is still answer questions, but I'm branching off to doing some other things now. It's mostly been answering questions for that I typically get from people online. Or it started off as rebuttals to the spirit level experiment. People would say, well, didn't you just look? Why didn't you just look out of the window? So I made a video called Just Look Out of the Window, where I recorded a whole flight from Little Rock to Houston, from takeoff, all the way through the flight, showing my camera on the landscape, and you can't see any curvature. Where we get up to 35,000 feet. There's a 45-minute flight. I recorded the whole thing, basically, and from start to finish. And then I look back at the camera like, so where was the curvature, guys? Just kind of like, okay, I looked out of the window. You didn't think that occurred to me to look out of the window while I'm on the airplane? Obviously. It's been answering questions for the first month or so. Recently, what I've tried to do, as far as the flat Earth offensive aspect, is it's kind of a community organizing type of situation. I'm trying to energize the movement, because from where I sit and where I understand things, we've been under this constant bombardment of globe propaganda for, somewhere around the last 500 years. So, we've been constantly bombarded with the globe. It's in the beginning of these logos. It's everywhere we look. On Facebook, in order to access your notifications, you have to touch a globe. So we've been under constant bombardment with globe propaganda. So what the Flat Earth Offensive is about is basically flooding the world with the Flat Earth truth. It's kind of like I'm trying to create kind of a counterculture to kind of branch off away from the lies and energize people at the same time to step out and share the truth any way they can. If it's as small as writing "the earth is flat" on your ticket after you eat your dinner at a restaurant, that's fine. Leave a tip and then write "the earth is flat" or research flat earth on the ticket, and the waiter will see that and maybe research flat earth. Maybe.
Nice.
But it's all about just getting the message out now, because I know it's flat, so I'm not going to be able to do this by myself. So I'm like, all right, guys, let's get moving. What's up? Here's what we can do. Billboards, wear a shirt, write on the side of your car, leave Post-it notes, scribble it on your ticket, whatever you can do to get it out there. That's the essence of it. But I'm wanting this to be kind of not a militant movement, but yeah, a little more organized. Definitely a little more organized, like, stop the infighting in the flat earth community, unite a little more, share ideas and all that. So I'll stop now.
Yo, that's great. I love the way we need to be more organized, but not militant, because there are so many out there that really are hardcore militant and have zero sort of patience and consideration for any other points of view other than flat earth at this point. It's like that pendulum just swung the other way from the ball to the flat, and they are still not exactly sure why they think it's flat. So they're just going to dig their heels in and just be ultra aggressive about the fact that it's flat. Yes.
And, it's not that we're trying to be offensive. We're not, we're going to be like gentle, as we talked about earlier. We'll be gentle about our approach and all that. But at the same time, we're looking at this like, I'm your friend. You're a friend of mine. You've been lied to. I'm just trying to tell you and explain to you how you've been lied to. That's basically our position. We care about the people that we're talking to, because if we didn't care about them enough, we wouldn't even bother telling them that they've been lied to. Because that's not what friends do. We're actually friends to the ones that, we would call globetards and all that. And it's not really a nice term to use anyway.
We try to be more gentle.
Yeah, they call them, I call them heliocentric enthusiasts.
There you go.
Because they're excited they're excited about that ball. But we can't make fun of them for that, because they're going to wake up eventually, I hope.
I totally agree, Darryl, with the heliocentric enthusiasts and that sort of thing. Can I just ask you? I mean, you've got a massive following on YouTube at the moment. Did you put any sort of tweets out or announcements out that you were coming on here like tonight?
I put it up in a few Facebook groups. I sent one. I retweeted one from one that Walt sent put out. But other than that,
to our 18 viewers, I'd like to say hi.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, where are my people at, man?
Antonio's listening on his phone. He's not looking at his screen, though. I think he's just listening. Antonio Subaret is in the room. Chris Rock was here. He was at least listening, I know. We've had people come and go.
That's good. That's good to know.
Yeah, look, we have 28 thumbs up, 18 watching. So, people came and hit like, and some might have left, but all good.
Yeah, see, it's really interesting, because we've been doing this for about a year. We've been doing Fridays steady for 6 months easily.
We need Rob on, mate.
We do need to get tails and let him loose.
Yeah, if I could have, I don't know. Well, just more organization is all it'll take, because I'll try to, advertise as best I can before I'm gonna be somewhere. But yeah, I couldn't get the whole link situation figured out
we were
earlier.
having trouble getting you in earlier too, so that.
Yeah, I'm like,
well, I think we've decided that Fridays are just.
It's a Google shadow ban throughout the weekend. It starts right about the time we start.
Right. This is about the time where a lot of people are getting off work on the West Coast.
Yep.
And, but that will be a good time for people to listen in their cars. So, I don't know.
Well, we're going to start doing a midweek show. We've been threatening to do it for a minute now. I was going to try to do one actually from the meetup the other night, but it was just too noisy and hectic, and just doing a little 5-second video with you, it took a minute to get it together. So it was too much going on. We'll definitely have to get that live show going.
I'd like to say that, before a couple of months ago, I never ever listened to a live broadcast, and I don't know. I only found the live filter, not that long ago. So I'd ask, is there a way of knowing how many people download your show or your video or whatever? Because there's so many videos I come across which I don't want to listen to them right there and there or watch them right there and there, and I download them for later. Is there any statistics out there that tell you how many people are downloading your stuff?
I'll check and see.
I have no idea.
We're all learning this whole YouTube thing.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be interesting though, wouldn't it?
Let's see. Well, all I can tell you that I can find right away is our watch time is up by 47,272 minutes. That's the only stat I can pull up.
We love stats. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to stall the conversation there.
No, I didn't want to get all lost in this. It'll take a minute to analyze all the data here.
So have you met Paul on the plane, Darryle? Have you met him personally? Or?
Yes. Actually, Paul and myself, we enjoyed a nice, relaxing dinner at Famous Dave's in Tacoma. We had some barbecue. Let me see. I believe he had the brisket. And I'll be taking care of the bill next time. We don't have a date set, but we'll definitely be linking up in the future.
So how did that come about? Is he local to you or not?
He was. He had just gotten back from a business trip, landing at SeaTac, and me living in a van, not having a whole lot to do all the time. He sends me a message like, "Hey man, you want to link up later?" I'm most of the time I'm like, sure, whatever. I'll go meet a couple guys at a mall food court tomorrow if they call me at the right time. I got no problem with that. So, Paul, he sends me a message, hey, we exchange numbers and we link up, and
he's pretty outgoing, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I think it's great. People meeting up, getting together. You were wanting to talk about the importance of meetup, so you have a little bit, but that's the way forward, you think, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. It gives us an opportunity to, put faces to names that we see all the time. Gives us an idea of, who we're dealing with, how many people are in the area that you can link up with. It builds your morale with the whole situation because, like I said, you can walk into the room and take your armor off, so to speak, in dealing with, people who believe the same things you believe. It's a very life-affirming situation to be in.
No, it's interesting. Honestly. I'll take it as controversial. Well, semi-controversial. I mean, it's a personal term for me. But what are your thoughts on the people that don't want to have a face put to their name?
That kind of makes sense. that makes sense to me. I get it. I get it. This is a controversial topic. And people are being silenced. There are, measures being taken against people who are, part of certain groups, certain demographics. There was moves against the Tea Party. There's conservative publications that were targeted by the IRS a few years ago. We heard about that.
But also, I mean, even on those lines, even within the flat Earth community, there's been Brian Mullen, who is a licensed engineer who has almost lost his license because a bunch of petty heliocentric enthusiasts have decided to report him to basically anyone. I've seen pilots come out and people saying, "Where are you flying from? I'm going to get in touch with your union and inform them that you're a flat earther and you're never going to fly again." That sort of thing. I mean, it can be a dodgy thing to. What made you, go so full on out and say, "This is my name. This is my rank, this is my this is my face, this is me actually talking"? What was it that influenced you to just go, bollocks to I'm gonna go flat out?
Total miscalculation. Total miscalculation, actually, because like I said, I made that video for a Facebook group, and like I said, also I had maybe 21 subscribers on YouTube when I did that video. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to put this on my YouTube channel because, nobody's going to see it anyway. So I'll just post a video in this Facebook group and that'll be it. And yeah, didn't quite go the way I thought it might as far as staying kind of localized. So,
in what sense? Do people come up to you on the street and go, D, you're D Mo?
It's happened once or twice during the day. Not so much out, walking around in public and all that, because I don't really do a whole lot of that. There's been a few people who have made comments saying, "Hey, I've admired your van from the parking lot of Lowe's. Can I come over and say hi?" I'm like, well, that's kind of creepy. So I'm like, oh crap, people know my van now.
Well, you got gang stalked earlier this evening, didn't you?
yeah. They're like, "Hey, you can't park here. What are you doing, flat earther? Move it."
Sharing that knowledge. What are you thinking?
Right. Well, that happened. Let me see. When I was like, I'll go get breakfast at this one place, being vague. I'll go get breakfast, and there's this girl that, she usually rings me up after I go grab all my food. And, I walked in, she's like, "Darryle!" I'm like, huh? I saw you on my Facebook feed. Oh, right. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, that was me. Huh. So I walk away like, wow, I have a fan. That's new.
Real feeling.
Man, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, not like bad weird, just like, okay, now I have to conduct myself differently, maybe with more discipline now that people are actually watching me. So, I guess it'll help depends on how you look at it.
So if you did it again, would you have like, fake sunglasses and
yeah, put on those little glasses with the big eyebrows, the fake nose,
right?
Yeah. I'd say, yeah. My name's Jacob. But you know, by the time the video went viral, it was too late, and I get online. There's an article that says why what Darryle Marble did is driving the scientific community bonkers. I'm like, God dang it! They used my real name and face right there. I'm stuck. It's too late to go back to being anonymous. So.
But at least you're in a van, so like you say, you can move around. So there's no, you know, they start to get to know your face. You can just bugger off to the other town, and no one knows who you are again. Yeah. I think you're in the ideal position. But there's definitely a sort of not a divide, but you know, a two different mindsets there as to whether you show your face, don't show your face. I get a lot of grief for not showing my face, but that's not going to change. But whether you show your face or don't show your face, you know, what I call it is the Max Egan effect. You know, Max was this. I don't know if you know Max Egan, but he's an Australian who's a really sort of charismatic talker and talked about Palestine and just general sort of common sense and common law and all sorts of other things. And then suddenly he went to a conference and his face was seen, and everything just sort of seemed to go to rat shit from there on. It just seemed really, really, really odd. But yeah, each to their own, I suppose.
Well, a few of my YouTube videos, actually most all my YouTube videos before, and I only had maybe a handful, they all had my face on them anyway. But like I said, like 22 subscribers. Yeah, it wasn't matter. Not like a whole lot of people know me anyway, but it's all good. Now it's just kind of too late to go back to being anonymous, like I said. And
put that cat back in the bag.
Yeah, so I'm like, well, I'm out here already, and if they're going to get me, they know where I'm at. They can triangulate my position just the same.
If they want to stay where we are. I mean, I thought that early on, this whole, flat earth head persona, I wouldn't be out there. Nobody would know it was me. And I mean, I do have a distinctive Southern accent. It's kind of hard to hide. So I realized early on, with all the phone and computer monitoring that is allowed since 9/11, that they know everything we're doing. So
yeah,
just do it. Get it out there. Talk about it. Show up at the meetups. Get to know the people. Find out there's real faces and not just computer.
But you say warriors. You say that after you've accidentally put your face out there.
Yes.
If I accidentally put my face out there, then I'll be like, yeah, screw it, yeah, put your face out there, man, be it, yeah, be real, be real. But that was after you put your face out there. Just making that point.
No, I made that decision when I came out with my videos and Twitter and all that. I knew that there was no point in trying to hide it. I mean, as soon as I signed up for a website or anything else, I mean, there you are. Email gets back to you, and I don't have, I'm not hiding under 1,000 layers of encryption or any of that stuff. So, again, I'm ready for this to get out and doing what it takes to get it out there.
Yep.
Yeah, my name and face have always been out there. I mean, from my anti-government, everything. Once Flat Earth hit, it's Facebook made me send them a copy of my ID. Well, not my ID, but the ID that I was issued. So,
give them to you.
Person, right? So my name and my face have always been out there. And then when I went on the radio and spent a year doing weekly radio spots, you just really can't hide. So I was actually over at one of my friends' house having a barbecue, and somebody came in, and I guess they heard us talking about the show or something. I don't remember what it was. Said, "Wait, you're Josh Corey? You're the Flat Earth?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." It's like, "Man, that's awesome. Can I have your autograph?" I was barbecuing literally over the grill, and I just stop. I look at him, and I just kind of laugh and go back to grilling. I didn't think he was serious, and it was until later my girlfriend said, "He was really wanted your autograph, right?" I'm like, who would want my autograph? I'm just you know, I'm too dense for anybody to want my autograph. I'm dumb. Nobody wants my autograph.
Brilliant.
But there you have it. It was a very surreal experience.
Absolutely. It's been surreal, but it's been fun. And still making adjustments along the way. I could tell you that. You know, this is something that we're going to have to deal with at some point. And the reason that I've been more vocal and just trying to share my heart and personality with people is because, like I said, you know, so many times, it's too late for me to be anonymous. So, you know, well, go ahead. It's time to let people get to know me, I guess. So, you know, let's get out here and, you know, do the best I can with this and, you know, try to encourage people, try to be uplifting, and I'll go meet up wherever, as long as it's not too far.
Well, as these meetings happen and we network and get to know real people, I mean, that's how it's going to build and spread and become a solid thing. I mean, just like at the meeting last week in Oregon, I mean, in Portland, we found Miss Carolyn Gutman-Day that is working with Chris Cox, and they're all trying to get that billboard organized on
it's done.
I-5. They have the actual site ready. I have it here. It's on the GoFundMe. It's Flat Earth Oregon Billboard on I-5. They're working towards it right now. Just click on there. We'll have a link. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
I can say Carolyn's in the chat. She said it's going to be up for 1 month, and it's scheduled to go up 3 days before the eclipse.
The 18th, right. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome.
Nice. We're glad to have you in the chat, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi, Carolyn.
And Chris was there earlier as well, so thank you guys for showing up. We appreciate it.
Did you say, Josh, did you say Nathan Oakley was in the chat earlier?
Antonio.
Oh, Antonio. Right, okay. I'll shut up.
Is there anybody in the chat room that might want to hop on?
I was just going to say that there was a meet-up in the UK, if anyone missed it earlier. Midday, Jefferson Gardens, Royal Leamington Spa, this Saturday, 22nd.
All right, so that's the one where Patricia Steer was at.
That's right. You coming over, Darryl?
Man, too late to buy a ticket.
You don't have that van Aqua ready, amphibious ready, sir?
You know, I'm thinking about making some renovations to this thing. You know, I just downloaded a video the other day talking about hydro conversion.
Not off of YouTube, I hope. You know you can't learn anything on YouTube, right?
Hey, I learned how to fix a Rubik's Cube on YouTube, man.
Right. I'm being very facetious. Yeah, that's definitely crazy stuff out there.
So, Darryl, have you heard anything about the John Brahma expedition?
Whoa. No. What's that about?
Take it away.
Someone want to fill him in?
Yeah, I want you to.
Me?
You brought it up. You've got a summary.
I did. John Brahma approached us. He claims to be from a sort of crack team of I don't know what you call it, but they're protecting the Antarctic ice wall. He's a full-on flat earther. Says he's a sort of member of a crew of about 140 people, or 200, depending on what you listen to. And he wants to break flat Earth to the world. And he's looking for 10 people to join him on an expedition to the edge, which he claims to have been to, have seen, have witnessed, and looked at. Claims he's got a special clearance, and is all about safety for the people that go. He'd like to take flat earthers, but only those sort of flat earthers that would be able to spread the word of what they've seen and are capable of seeing what they've seen, and spread the word when they get back. Anyone else got anything to add to that?
I thought that was amazing.
You covered it well, sir. So yeah, what are your thoughts, Darryle?
Wow. Gee. Huh. I may need to get in contact with this guy. So when's he looking at going?
Next couple months.
September this year.
Soon, yes.
Wow. Okay. Has he already filled the roster, or I mean,
several positions have been filled? Yes. Several donations have been taken in order to fill those positions. Yes. He's still looking for more funding. We don't know, as here on Iron Realm Media, we don't know quite how to take him, but he seems to have taken a shine to us and will only talk to us. He's not looking for fame, he's looking for substance in terms
integrity,
of people.
Honesty. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Wow. That's interesting. That would definitely, well, it may work out. It may work out. And that would be something that on the surface I'd say, heck yeah, let me in. I'd love to do that. Because people are that's one of those things that people say, well, why don't you just go to the edge? And I'd personally love to come out with a video like, hi, this is me at the edge, guys.
Well, brilliant. This is why I mentioned it, Darryle, because with your military background, your physical prowess, if I can tickle your fancy there. I know you've been in these competitions and stuff. You know Wimp. So it's this is why I mentioned it, and was wondering if that sort of thing would tickle your fancy, because there may well be those flat Earth backers out there that I was talking about that would, rather than see themselves go on this trip, would rather financially back someone like yourself to go on this trip.
Good Lord.
Very good thinking. Very good thinking, John.
Man, that is well, yeah, I've thought about that too. There could be some, multi-millionaire flat earthers that just don't have the time for it.
I think there's several.
Could I add a little bit of new detail to that? I don't doubt that it's possible, but the recent stuff I've had with John is that some of those people have pulled out, and he is looking, and as I say this, my eyebrows have raised a little bit in disappointment. He is looking to try and crowdfund again. That was the last contact I had with him a week and a half ago. I don't know if anyone else has had any.
Well, the last update was that he had 300,000 towards the 1 million that he was looking for. So there were 3 places secured, and he was looking. Well, yeah, okay. I completely concur with your sort of slight disappointment, Adam. Yeah, we haven't heard a lot from him so far. What we have heard from him is relatively positive, and seems quite extremely adventurous and out there. But we were told he may have 500,000 raised by the end of this week, but I don't know. This is why I asked if anyone has heard any updates, because I'm sure the viewers or listeners are keen for this update as well.
They are. We probably should do one at the beginning of the show too. I know we have a few people in chat looking to hear just for our John Brahma updates.
Wow.
But let's wait 3.5 hours and we'll give it you.
All right. We'll have to stay in touch on that one. That's pretty interesting. And man,
yes, we'll keep you in touch with him. I mean, get you in touch with him if that would be something you would like to do, sir, for sure.
Yeah, I like I said, on the surface, it sounds good, but at the same time, that's when the paranoid voice comes in, like it's a trap.
Well, I think we remain skeptically hopeful about the whole mission. We don't, we definitely don't want anybody sending their life savings in.
Well, I'll tell you what,
we're saying about this, but we definitely want to put his word out there that he is trying to get this together.
Yes.
Well, I'd say advice for you, Darryle, is go back and have a listen to some of the IronRealmMedia, hangouts we had a while ago with John Brahma's name in the title, and it will give you a much better insight into it. But
from his mouth, right?
Yeah,
right. Some interviews with him as well there as well.
Okay.
And he has a blog. Go to journeytoed.wordpress.com.
Have any of our interviews with him gone out live? Oh yeah, there wasn't there?
Oh yeah, we did. We had a nice
hour and a half
chat.
So. Yeah.
And, yes, sir.
Wait, that's not. It is John Brahma. Is that a pseudonym or is that like his real name? Because I mean,
I'm pretty sure that's.
I would suggest the former.
Yeah.
No, that's a pseudonym. It's not his real name. He's made that clear that this is a pseudonym.
Okay, absolutely.
He's as paranoid as anyone else. In some terms.
All right.
He might give you a run for your money, John.
Doubt that.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, well, are we bringing this now then?
Dale, is there something that we haven't touched on that you wanted to get out today as you were hanging out with us? Is there something you haven't touched on with us? Just anything?
Let me see now.
Where can we find you?
Well, you can find me on YouTube at D-Marble because it's too late for me to change my name, so it's just D.Marble, M-A-R-B-L-E. It's a new flat earth channel. I make videos about life in the van from time to time. Working on more motivational speaker aspects. Trying to, be an encouraging voice here for those of us who are feeling beaten down on our social media platforms from trolls and all that. On Facebook, you can find me at Darryle, Darryle .MARBLE, real name also, or on Twitter at DMarble1. As far as anything else to discuss, here, can we talk about the latest video on why they would lie?
Absolutely, sir. Great video, by the way.
Thank you. I'm Neil, that
bitch.
Right. Neil has no reason to lie to anybody, of course. But yeah, that's another question we're asked all the time is, why would they lie to us about the shape of the earth? And I mean, the more obvious reason is money, of course, because, they say that money is the root of all evil. And they use money in the most devious ways, if you think about it, because it's actually a control mechanism that they use to manipulate us, regular people, into kind of tormenting each other and causing harm to each other because, the soldier in the military that's, holding a rifle, keeping a family at bay while other soldiers ramble through their stuff looking for weapons or whatever. If one of the family members stood up and asked him, why are you doing this? Why are you holding us at gunpoint? The soldier's obviously going to respond, I'm just doing my job. And he wouldn't be doing that job if he didn't get paid for it. That's the thing. A lot of the things that we do, we wouldn't do it if we weren't being paid for it. That's I believe, not that the soldier is a bad guy for holding the family at gunpoint, but he has family. He may have mouths to feed at home. He has a wife to support, has a family to support, and his wife may not be working or whatever the situation may be. But because he has these obligations, he has to do those things for that money so he can take care of his family. So it's just a situation where we're being controlled through the financial system. And, I believe that's another aspect of why we're being lied to, so we can be kept in this predatory system where we're kind of being paid to tear each other down, and there's just limitless examples that can be given, from teachers that know that they're teaching children absolute nonsense, to soldiers, to doctors who will use chemotherapy just so they can get paid by the company that supplies the chemo treatment stuff. Here, I got a guy right now actually taking a picture of the side of my van. This is awesome.
Nice, nice, brother.
It's throwing off my train of thought. He just stood there. Awesome. He just stood there, whipped out his phone, took a picture of the side of the van, grabbed the little dolly, and walks away.
Nice.
Share your screen, man.
That's too great.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it in time. I was like, oh man, he's doing it right now. I'm kind of talking. I lost my whole train of thought. Okay, so money. They're using money to manipulate us, man.
Indeed, they are. In horrible, horrible ways. Well, it's all about energy. Energy that we have to go through to create the money, and then the energy they steal from us through doing it.
Yeah.
And drive us all to, like you said, do the things that are against our nature, against our will, against our very soul, and what we believe that we have to do to support our family, pay the bills. It's all part of the scheme.
Yes.
I'm sure Adam can speak on that as well with his pharmacy background.
I did want to make one little addendum. It's not that money is the root of all evil. It's that the love of money is the root of all evil. And even I've amended that to changing love to belief. The belief in money is the root of all evil.
Bingo.
Yep. Absolutely.
So where are you taking this now then, Darryle? What plans you got? You got any more experiments on the go, or?
More experiments? Not so. Oh wait, actually I do. I may have one in the works. There's a friend of mine, Mark. He was with me at the Portland meetup. He just got a laser in the mail.
Nice.
All right. Laser has a range of 12.5 miles, I believe he said, maybe 12.8. And we're looking to find some places here in the Pacific Northwest where we can set up one individual at one end, have the other individual go to a different place in another city, perhaps even.
Did you see the Dr. Zach experiment with the laser over the lake?
Was that the one that was on the Discovery Channel?
I don't know. It had allegedly Dave and Dr. Zach, a couple of other people. It was a real sort of high-tech laser operation that was going on. I'll send you the link. To it. But did I hear something about you making a music video?
Me? Music? Nah. You didn't hear that. I don't think you heard that.
I think you were going to be setting up making a music video with a YouTuber that has decided not to, put his stuff out anymore. And there was going to be a tagline of, you know this.
Oh, my man, AJ. Yeah, possibly. Okay, yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. That's right, my man Renegade. Okay, yeah. We may have something working. He's been a bit busy with some personal challenges have popped up in his life just recently. So that's kind of on hold. But at some point, I mean, he's still a friend of mine. I still just talk to him on the phone randomly, like just call him up. We still do that from time to time. So, we'll be touching bases, and we may very well have a project at some point. But I've been busy. He's been busy, but we're still tight. We'll figure something out at some point.
We know how, we know how it goes. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, we like that soundbite. You know this. You know this. Because we all do.
I mean, seriously, that's what we're trying to tell people. We're like, come on, man. Bodies of water don't curve. You've been fishing. You've been swimming. Come on. You know this stuff. You know this.
Sweet. We'll sample that.
Please do. Please do. I mean, it just becomes common sense at some point. And I've had a good laugh at some of the reactions that I've gotten from a couple of videos where I'll just won't have a script, won't have any notes, and I'll just go off. I'm like, come on, guys, seriously. Just unscripted, nothing but attitude and just how I'm feeling that day.
Yep. Adam knows that.
Come on, man. Yeah. I don't rant as much as I'd like to, but I'll get around to it. I'm still, I still like to have an idea of what I'm going to talk about before let's talk about it. So, things don't come out as quickly as I'd like because I'm my own production crew.
We also know about that one, my friend, all too well. All too well.
Well, speak up now or forever hold your breath. I'm going to have to shoot off soon. It's 1:45 in the morning here. It's been fantastic having you on, Darryle.
Thank you.
Hope to have you back on soon. Really good time listening to you, and we'll hook up again in the future.
I'd like that. That'd be great. Thanks, John.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, mate. It really has. It's great to meet you, and I think future collaboration would be great. Let's all stick together, work together, and achieve together, I think.
I'm just saying I'm shooting off. Not saying anyone else is shooting off. I'm just saying I'm shooting off. I think the American and the Canadians have at least another 4 hours if you've got that time to spare, mate.
8-hour show today.
It's been a really interesting show. Really enjoyed it. It's
love it.
All right.
Just on one other thing, Teresa. Yeah, give me a shout, mate. Look forward to chatting with you on Twitter. But if you ever want to come on, it'd be interesting to chat with you.
I think she might be coming on now. I think she might actually try to hop on with us.
I'm not going to bed then. I'm going to stay up.
That would be awesome.
Who's Teresa then? I've got a follower. I'm following someone called Teresa.
Probably the same. It's talk to me in dots or speak to me in dots, something like that.
I was wondering if Teresa's blind. I don't mean to be blunt or anything, but
was it a Braille illusion? It was a good point, mate.
I don't know.
Huh. So there's a Teresa in the chat. Okay.
Well,
she says send her a link.
Nice. As far as staying in touch, though, I am about to head back to my home base in South Louisiana tomorrow. I plan on stretching this whole Oregon networking we have done all the way across the country down into the boggy swamps with me. So we're going to keep this thing across this continent for sure. We're going to spread it across the pond, down to Rob, under the ball down there, and just make this network solidified, keep it growing, keep it breathing, keep it just pushing forward this motion that we have going.
Yes. We are building momentum across the plain.
Exactly. We're going to be in motion, even if it's not.
Absolutely. and we know it's not. It's not been measured, not been detected. You know this. Okay.
Not once.
Not at all.
I'm going to pull that audio and I'm going to put you on the soundboard. You'll go right next to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
All right. Sounds good. Oh man. So shoot. Oh, I did I still have the floor? Was I still on?
Yes,
I'm usually
absolutely. You're certainly free to talk at will, sir. At this point in the show, we're all pretty punch drunk, and just go with it. If you want to finish up the points on the other 4 points on your video, you certainly are welcome to go there. I mean, just John has to head out. We're all here for a little while longer for sure.
All right. I'll try to keep it moving. All right. So let me see. That was the money, and I didn't mention that they were trying to control us with the money, but that's definitely what's happening there. Gosh, other than that, the possibility of hiding more land, that comes up. You guys have probably seen or heard that quick interview with Admiral Byrd, where he comes back from the expedition and talks about how there was more land beyond the poles. And I was at I was at an apartment with my girlfriend at the time, listening to that, and I remember I had to pause the video and just stop and think for a little bit. Like, have they really made Antarctica just so unpalatable that no one even thinks about going there for so many years, and now to realize that they may very well be hiding more land, more resources, more minerals, more oil, coal. I think he said even uranium. For crying out loud. I went through all the stages or a few of the stages at the moment. There was the initial shock, there was the bargaining, there was the anger,
Yes, sir, I know them well.
So I went through some of the stages right there, and I'm like, come on, man, we've all been misled, and I don't like being lied to. I really don't like being lied to, but even more than that, I don't like for my friends to be lied to. And I consider a lot of people to be my friends. I don't like my family to be lied to. It's just not, it's not cool, man. So, that's part of why I'm so passionate about this now. And the way I try to approach people is like, dude, you've been lied to. That's what I have it on a shirt. It's one of my FE offensive shirts. It says the earth is flat. You've been lied to, or we've been lied to. Just to tell people that, because that's what a friend would do. But, the additional land, that was just a crazy thing for me to even contemplate, that they would be hiding from the general public. And
that kind of was one of the aha moments when I found out that on some of the cruises that you can actually take in the Antarctica region, you're not allowed fossil fuels on board. You're not allowed food on board, especially vegetables or fruits. You're not allowed, it's just a list of things you cannot take on board. And it's like, okay, let's think this through. Why would that be the case? Well, if there is access to other land beyond Antarctica, who would have that access? Wouldn't it be the elite that are in control of this world? And wouldn't that be a great place to go escape from genetic engineered food and chemtrailed skies? And,
yes,
that's the argument against a lot of this. Well, they wouldn't do that to our food and our air. They have to breathe it and eat it too. Maybe not.
No, not necessarily. Now, if they have a whole nother continent to go to all to themselves, no, they don't have to deal with our crap. They don't have to deal with that stuff. They don't have to deal with the chemtrails and the GMOs and all that stuff. When the people turn against them, when the people turn against them, they might not have to deal with it then, but the list of things that can't be taken, you can't have fossil fuels with you. You can't have fruits and vegetables and all that. Sounds like they're saying basically, hey, you can't have things that you could actually sustain yourself with for any period of time. You have to come out here
that as well.
You have to come out here bare bones minimum. You can't. You aren't going to be able to go on any expedition out here. And that's a red flag to anybody who with their eyes open. So, man,
looks like you're getting worked up, man.
just a little bit, you know.
Well, take a breath, take a breather. It looks like Teresa is trying to get in with us. Teresa, are you able to get in at all? I think we have her. Yes,
I do.
maybe
There. Teresa, are you with?
She may be having some technical difficulties with the usual Friday Google
Like not use my headphones.
Maybe
Pat,
not.
hold on, let me get. Jack, give me.
I think.
All right.
Laughing at me. Give me your headphones. Here, you can use mine.
And we're not laughing at you,
Hi.
Teresa.
I'm sorry.
You are part of the show with us. Don't worry.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, they're laughing at me. They're laughing at me. Everybody's laughing at me.
No, we're just excited to talk to you as you are to talk to us.
Right.
So you get it situated. We can fill until you're ready. It's no big deal.
Absolutely.
So let's see what else. So how did you like Fort Leonard Wood?
Oh my goodness. Didn't really get to go sightseeing, to tell you the truth. I was kind of rolling through the dirt most of the time.
Yeah.
To be honest. It was let me see, August, September, October when I was there. So it was pretty hot. Pretty hot, kind of miserable out there, constantly getting screamed at by a drill sergeant. Yeah, had no facial hair, so I was pretty insecure. Yeah, it was rough times, man. Rough times at Fort Leonard Wood.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome back, James.
Hey, James, how's it going?
It's going great, and I went for dinner. And,
Hi, James.
Oh, hi. Who's this? Hi.
That's Teresa.
That's Teresa.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you, Teresa. So yeah, my dad and I were just listening to you guys talk earlier about what Dee was saying, and it was just awesome. So I'm just really glad to be back, and I'll be quiet. Sorry for the interruption.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get
Okay,
Teresa in.
Okay.
Welcome, Teresa.
Thank you,
We're so
sir.
glad to have you on.
Yeah, I love you guys. I found you guys about a month ago, and I really can't get on Fridays. This is kind of a novelty to listen live, but I haven't missed a show, and I went back into the history, and I'm making my friends listen to it. And,
My goodness, thank you
Yes.
so much. So
oh,
much.
you're welcome. You're
It's an honor. Thank you so much.
No, thank you guys. You're so entertaining, and you're so just forthright, and you're so honest. And I like Adam. One day, there's some guy that got on from the chat, and he was like, I can prove there's curvature by my cell phone. And it was like, I have got patience for this. Put your cell phone down.
Yes, ma'am. That's awesome. Oh my goodness.
I think I remember that one. It was a while back, wasn't it? The guy with the super high sophisticated piece of equipment that was in his phone that universities all around the world couldn't prove, but him and his mobile could, by going up a mountain and taking two different pictures. It was the most scientific bit of equipment I've ever heard of. It was a great app, but
That was the theodolite app, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Some stupid, some cell phone. Put your cell phone down and look out your window.
Right.
What's wrong with you? Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. It might just be that I grew up without a cell phone. So
Teresa, how
know how
did
to
you
put it
happen
down.
to come across Flat Earth?
anyway, Adam, well, how is it cold?
How do I
It was probably late 2013, maybe early 2014.
Nice.
I was on Reddit.
Should we
Reddit.
address
Some
your
guy
question?
kept posting, it's flat. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
No,
Can
we
you
were just
hear me?
listening.
One more time.
Right. Teresa, are you listening to the chat or to the Hangout video on YouTube?
I was about to ask that. Thank you, Dee. Yeah, she must be listening to us on
Drops
YouTube.
me.
It has it on.
Yeah. Teresa, you might want to mute your YouTube video. That way you can hear just on your phone.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you-
sorry.
No, that's all right.
Well, I'm on public Wi-Fi too. You know, broke white girl. That's the way it is.
No, that's fine. We have a person that's actually moved mobile hotspots a couple times on our show. Darryle.
Oh, yeah.
Is the renegade Wi-Fi guy.
Oh, yeah. Got to find the good spots.
Got to find that sweet spot. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm standing right in front of it here. So.
But yeah, if you're watching us on YouTube, you're going to be delayed a few seconds at least when we ask a question to you.
But let's get Adam to answer that question before you lose signal. Let's get that knocked out of the way.
Okay.
So, Adam, how do we know the moonlight's cold?
Well,
I want to know, what is the moon? If moonlight is cold, listen, that's messing me up. If it's cold, I'm serious. I'm like, but okay, so that ruins my entire thought process about what energy is.
it's
And then
brilliant.
the result of energy is heat. So what's going on here? Well, I don't understand. Adam, could you please help me? Thank you.
Simply no. This is the beginning of a process. No, not yet. I think this is the beginning of a process. We've, lots of people have pointed it out. We've provided... Go on. I'll carry on then. I would say it's the beginning. You know what I mean? What we do know is there is, and what I'll do is I'll read out the hypothesis from the experiment, and that's kind of the purpose of the experiment. Science, not science.
Read it with enthusiasm. Enthusiasm.
Would you like a step-in reader? Shall we read for you? Can we get Walt to read it for you? Or
Okay, yeah, let's do it. Do it. Let me screen
Wait,
share.
where is it? Show it to me.
I'm bringing it on. Wait, I'll screen share because that's beautiful. James, I love you. Share screen.
Josh, please read it.
Good.
Oh, I'll read it.
Go
There we
on,
go.
Oh,
James.
Darryle.
Get it on the screen.
Even better.
Somebody will read it if you'll get it on.
All right. Well, starting at introduction.
No, just null hypothesis. Let's start with the null, which basically means, what we know.
All right. The moon's light is a reflection of light from the sun. It will have zero or limited thermal warming effect. Research hypothesis says the moon's light is not a reflection of sunlight. It is possessive of its own unique properties, creating a thermal cooling effect. Next page.
Bravo.
well done. Well done.
You're hired.
Let's say you're on, my friend. You are in the crew now.
I'm listening. You've woken me up.
Okay. So with that in mind, the point I'm making is, that's from a comparative point of view, that's what we've observed. Okay, so we can, I think, almost definitively say, with all the other multiple experiments that are out there, kind of make an acceptance from a scientific point of view that the research hypothesis is correct, and accept it and move on from there. And that's where I would say we are. What that means, what's creating it, how it's doing it, we don't know. But what we can say is there's certainly an effect of the moonlight. And to go any further, I think, would be delving in the realms of speculation. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're asking me to comment, what do I know anymore? Then that's as far as I can go. Right. Yeah, where am I going to guide the next experiments based on what I'm thinking? That comes later on, and that's.
What you're unlocking, though, Adam, is unbelievable. Like, I already spazzed out once. It's the French. No need to spaz again. But, brother, literally, like, when we actually grasp what it is you're unlocking here and what this means, like, do you understand the excitement of the experiments? Like, just the little teaser you gave about the glass is getting my mind blown every time I think about it, brother.
Adam, I have a question, sir. Is there a way to determine if, rather than the moonlight adding a cooling effect, to determine if perhaps the moon is taking heat out of the situation?
Well, I mean, there's where you start with the basic principle of thermodynamics, isn't it? Is that cooling is not an effect. Cooling is a reaching of equilibrium between something that's hot and its environment, and the environment will take the heat because the heat wants to spread. Okay, what we're suggesting here isn't a mechanism, I would suggest, that's in with any of the laws of thermodynamics. It's a separate mechanism that I don't know what it is. But
that's kind of what I was trying to get at with that question. It seems like something we have to approach just totally differently, because it's definitely not the normal heat exchange that we're used to, for sure.
No, I would say it's demonstrating something different, isn't it?
By the way, Teresa dropped out. She was here briefly, but I'd just like to bring up one thing she said. It was a smacker. I mean, it felt like a bag of spanners. What did she say? Heat energy, or energy when released, translates into heat. So what the hell is this thing?
Yeah. That's the point, isn't it? And that's what the equipment measures that. The equipment, when we did all the test experiment, is based on the input of heat. Okay, but what we're seeing here is something that isn't the input of heat. We're seeing an effect which is an exaggerated cooling. Now, that's all we can state. Isn't it? If we look at this line here, look, it's exaggerated cooling. This is the standard cooling. This is in the shade, in normal environment. This is directly in the moonlight. You know,
Adam.
Yeah.
Can we name anything that reflects a cold, radiant, non-heat? Or whatever. Can we give an example of anything that
I'm racking my brain,
you can
John.
stick a thermometer on and you're registering? Oh yeah, this thing is giving off cold.
No, because things don't give off cold. If you take a freezer pack out of your freezer, and the reason it feels cold is that it's taking heat from your hand. It's an equalizing. There's a movement of heat from your hand into the ice block.
Yeah.
And actually, because it's frozen in your body temperature, you actually feel it as cold because it's taking more. And actually, the equalizing at the point of contact between your hand and the block, the equalizing is actually taking more heat than your body temperature away. So it reduces the temperature of your skin more than your body temperature, so you feel it as cold.
So in reality, and we like to stay in reality sometimes, that in reality there is nothing that we can point a finger at and say that radiates cold, or that, there's nothing we can point a finger at.
Anyone? Bueller?
Bueller.
Okay, so let me just exemplify the point. This can you see this graph here I've got up here?
Mm-hmm.
This is which one's this? This is test one. So cloudy night, but moon's up 60% ish. And if we're talking about having, I've talked in the experiments about temperature, and we've talked about equalizing of temperature. I hope you understand the points I was making there. So, but if we look at this graph here, can you see where the cursor is here? This is where we've crossed them over, and this kind of proves that the moonlight's having its effect between the green and the purple lines. But as I've talked earlier, I've talked about air temperature. And can you see here that the air temperature now at the point at the end of the experiment is actually higher than the meter that's now out in the moonlight. Okay, and that result is really significant, because what we're saying there is that something stood, this is the one that kind of validates what we've said about, if I'm stood in the moonlight, it's cold. I'm colder. Because this is the result here that kind of proves that, because the ambient temperature in the shade, look, is this. So all the equipment at this point is kind of equalized. Again, look, what we're looking at, 135 minutes, so 2 hours, 15 minutes, the equipment's been out of my shed. And you can see that.
So what you're sort of saying, what you're sort of saying is that, you know, I'm in the moonlight and I feel cold, and now I have to go and prove it. And now I've shown you all the graphs and charts and all the rest of it. I've shown you now that it's not just a funny feeling, it's that when I'm in the moonlight, I'm cold.
Yeah, and this graph here then shows that. So in a comparative way...
Just for a quick second before I lose it, to put an emotional context on it, they want you to betray your senses again. We're always getting a denial of our own senses. You just triggered what I was thinking, John. We feel the moonlight. We know it's cold. If Rob was here, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, mate, I can feel it." You know, like
that's exactly what I was talking about. Yet we're
denied.
James.
We're denied. We're denied our basic intelligence of our senses.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is that, you know, we're told we're on a spinning object, and we feel no spin. We feel no inertia. We feel no centrifugal force. We're told we're on a ball, and we see no curve. We see nothing in the way of anything that reflects the fact that we're on a ball. You know, it's exactly the same in the moonlight. You walk out into it, it's obviously bloody cold, but you're told, no, it's actually a little bit warmer, but you just can't feel it. There you go.
It makes absolutely no sense. Some of the ridiculous ideas that they push with the whole heliocentric model, and those are things that I like to point out, calling those heliocentric contradictions. Because, I mean, just the idea of us having to betray our own senses to that degree, to actually hold on to that whole idea is just... I'm kind of getting to a point to where it's becoming a little frustrating. Like, guys, how do you think you're on a spinning ball and you've never actually felt any spin?
Oh, I love you did a series of videos, didn't you? It was heliocentric contradictions or something along those lines. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just riddled with it. But yeah.
And it's just mean. It's really mean. And you coming from a military background, you know that there are core values and structures set up in our minds and the way we were raised. And like, it's just such an evil, nasty, disgusting, unhuman, the way it's the complete opposite of how we are supposed to be. And they're preying on the best of humanity, our senses and our hearts. And that drives me nuts, and it makes me understand why FE offensive applies sometimes.
Yes. I mean, it's a very, very devious, malicious thing that they do because they indoctrinate the children. And we just say that as kind of a passing fancy, but seriously, they take the most innocent, most impressionable of us,
most brilliant and creative,
the most brilliant and creative, most trusting, most loving, understanding of us, the children, and they teach them absolute nonsense. And because the children don't understand completely what a lie is, they rely on these big people to tell them what's right and wrong, what's true and what's not, so they don't question it. And we've been taught this stuff since we were that age, before we could actually think for ourselves. And when you actually think about it in depth, you kind of get this feeling in your stomach that just doesn't quite sit right if you have compassion in your heart, because it's, come on, man, lying to children.
How much of this do you think? I mean, this goes back to a really sort of base level of thinking, but how much of this do you think was sort of introduced in terms of telling your children Santa Claus exists and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy and this sort of thing? I mean, things that you sort of feel obliged to tell your children when they're younger, but you know, as it goes on, you know, as a child, you start to realise that everyone you respected and listened to lied to you.
Yes.
Do you think that makes a difference?
It makes a difference because it depends on your level of maturity, because, you know, us knowing that we've been lied to, that we've been deceived on so many different levels, we can't really be mad at the people who lied to us, because they were lied to by people that they trusted, and they haven't taken the time or, you know, have the circumstance to lead them to seeing the truth of what's going on. So they're still inside the matrix. They're still in the matrix, as it were. You know, so they
those
don't.
That wish to sort of carry on the lie and tell the children about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and flying reindeer and that sort of thing. I mean, again, it's a controversial subject, but you know, personally, I never intentionally lied to my children in that way, and that they recognise this now at this age.
Right, and I point of personal reflection here. I butt heads with my ex-wife on that, because she still talks to our children about Santa Claus and all that. I'm like, wait a minute, don't lie to them. Yeah, the Tooth Fairy's gonna bring me some. No, there's no Tooth Fairy, buddy. No, that's mom sticking money under your pillow after your tooth falls out. Come on. You know, we had a conflict, you know, this past December. Why are you trying to take the joy out of Christmas, telling them that Santa Claus doesn't exist? Because Santa Claus doesn't freaking exist. What are you talking about? You know, you're just gonna perpetuate this.
Isn't it? It's
Kids can have fun in so many different ways, though. They don't need Santa. If you break it down, you know, they don't.
And you know, that was another you know, point of contention, as it were, between her and I, was, you know, i.e. X. So it's just one of those things. It just depends on your upbringing and how genuine you want to raise your children to understand reality, because at some point, it's probably, they're going to find out the truth. You know, kids kind of in the back of their mind know that we're kind of joking. We're kind of just prodding them along. Okay, yeah, Easter Bunny. We know the Easter Bunny's not real. We know Santa Claus isn't real. We know the Tooth Fairy isn't real. And you bring it out there to a point to where kids eventually find out that these things aren't true. But at some point, the kid might look back and say, Mom, Dad, why did you lie to me?
Yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, exactly. I mean, this is why I imagine if you trace the history back of, you know, telling your kids about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and all these other things, that you would find that it was introduced at some point. You know, like Santa Claus used to be green and white, you know, from the Scandinavian Norse mythologies, and then suddenly turned into red and white because of Coca-Cola
Have
and
a Coke
Pepsi
and a smile.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, this is what you've got to wonder. I mean, at this point, we're told, you know, you're literally like your ex-wife said, that you're destroying the myth of Christmas or the wonder of Christmas or whatever by saying
Taking
to
the joy
them,
away.
you're taking the joy away by telling them, you know, well, actually, you know, this is bullshit, but you know, you'll find that out when you're about 10.
Right. Yeah.
You know, you're taking the joy away by not lying to your children at the end of the day. And
Yes.
that's where I had a problem.
That's I'm there. You go. You know, right on the nose with that one. It's a matter of principle with me.
Exactly. And we all have done quite a bit of research on some of these topics and know that it was, you know, a whole different type of celebration way before it was turned into Christmas.
Yeah. Kind of started off. Never mind. Let's not get into that.
No,
that's a whole different show. Just
yeah.
What I'd say, guys.
You know,
go ahead, Adam.
All of us have had Santa Claus destroyed. No one's destroying Santa Claus for our children because of flat Earth. It comes to all children as it will do. It's something we lose. Whatever we lose when we stop believing in Santa, we lose something more significant than that. Do you know what I mean? But it comes to us all, and my kids, one still believes in the tooth fairy, the other one gives me a wink when we talk about it. And
I disagree, though, Adam. I don't think you should necessarily have to set up these heroes and these legends in order for us to later realize that everyone you trusted and you thought was a friend lied to you.
It's a layer. I think it's a layer. It's
I
all
do.
part of that.
Yeah. And it all comes from the same place, Josh, too. If you trace, you said going back, John. If you go back, it's all not what you think it is. There's real meaning behind Easter, Ishtar, you know, Saint Nick and the Norse legends. Like, it's all connected. And it ain't you ain't in the club and it ain't white. It's not a fun club. They're all shit shows. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do know what you mean. Yeah.
So I think what you were trying to say is it comes down to a personal parenting choice. And I mean, Adam said it or you said it, you're not going to ruin Santa Claus over flat Earth. But I mean, I think it comes down to where your beliefs are as a family, where your heart is in terms of what the holidays mean, and kind of where your kids are at. You know, if you've been talking to your kids like we know John does, they probably wouldn't miss Santa with a beat, would they, John? They probably mock Santa now, don't they?
Well, they don't give a shit because Santa is not Christmas. It's just some made-up myth that is incorporated in Christmas. What Santa, you know, what Christmas is us giving each other gifts and that sort of thing, you know, as small as they may be or whatever. But it's not, I mean, even putting out the, you know, the milk and biscuits or whatever, is that not a sacrifice to an idol? Or you know, I mean, you can take these things down to the minutest level, but I just think that you're you know, to perpetuate the Santa myth is perpetuating a myth, basically. And they're going to find out. Your kids are going to find out. And, you know, when you trusted someone 100% and you found out they lied to you once, you now trust them 90% or even less. You know, what psychological harm is it doing to children when you're telling them something you know is bullshit, and you know that they're going to find out is bullshit? At some point, their trust in you is going to be less. So I've decided never to lie to my kids, and you know, I don't want to destroy the myth of fucking Christmas or anything like that. I just don't have to include Santa Claus. Anyway, I'm signing off.
I won't
Take
go
it
that
easy.
far because I want new slippers every 12 months. So I'm not ruling Christmas out.
It's just part of, you know, the whole idea is looking back at the roots of all this stuff, and if you do, you're gonna find out that it came from some dark places. 8 out of 10 out of 10 times for the most part. You know, basically anything in this society that is celebrated on a regular basis, we should probably turn our backs on it, in my opinion. But I don't know, it's just like another aspect of distraction, if I understand correctly. It is, and I noticed this years ago, how we're kind of on a schedule. I realized that kind of, you know, taking a step back, looking at society, because I wasn't ever really the popular guy in school or when I was in the Army, so I would just kind of watch everybody doing things. I would notice guys, abandoning their wives so they could go sit at a bar and drink beer with their buddies and wear a jersey and cheer for their team and high five each other. And it looked like, well, that seems like these guys are doing that because they're trying to get away from their wives. I would notice that there's always a sports event to watch throughout the year. You know, for this little section of the year, there's football season, and then it overlaps with basketball season halfway through, and then basketball season's almost over, baseball season picks up, and then there's the Summer Olympics every couple years and all that, and then it's football season again. There's, you know, all kinds of TV shows, and it's all distractions if you sit down and think about it, because it was
it's only a distraction, dude, until you realize they're there as distractions. Yeah, I don't have a problem. It's like with Christmas. We were born into the paradigm. You can't change the paradigm. Don't try and waste your energies trying to stop Christmas, trying to stop sports. If you like a bit of sports, you know it's there. You know it might be rigged. I don't know.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But don't waste your energies on that. Exert your efforts into something that, you know what I mean? For me, I don't sweat any of that. And when my kids tell me Christmas is bollocks, I'll go, yeah, you're right.
Right. But what I think he's saying, though, man, is like he's trying to elaborate on maybe for the people that don't see how scheduled and how tightly reined this crap really is. I mean, they've got it down to the season. They've got television show seasons. They've got, just like you nailed it, the Olympics. They've got then Parliament events. They've got false flags. I mean, everything is led to keep us in a state of stupor so we can't think. And going back to earlier, what we were saying about how they've conflicted our emotions and how they've made us betray our core and our minds from a very young age.
Mm-hmm.
Ever thought of where we might be if they didn't betray those? What level of human, or what we could do, what our full potential could be? That's
all the time.
Question. That is an interesting question.
I think about that all the time, and that was the last point that I made in that video. You know, why would they lie? Because I got into some of the double slit experiment type of stuff. You know, us being able to kind of shape reality with our thoughts and intentions and all that. And you know, I talked about how there have been instances where we've all shared these little I'll say slightly supernatural occurrences, like when you think about someone and they call you a few minutes later. Everybody's had that happen?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Once or twice. You know, we've all experienced that. Deja vu. Is anyone familiar with deja vu and how experienced that possibly?
I've experienced it once or twice. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. See, these are things that we all experienced. Kind of, you know, what is that? You know, can we actually like peek into the future Are we all slightly psychic? Are we all psychically linked? Because you can think about someone and then you'll bump into them at a store, or, you know, they'll call you or send you a text, you know, just out of nowhere. And you're like, hey, I was just thinking about you. You know, that type of stuff happens so often to so many people. It's such a random, not really, it's such a common occurrence. But, you know, we don't really talk about that. We don't really develop that. We're like just so distracted. If we weren't so distracted, we may actually have a point where we could actually sit down and try to test that and develop it and figure this out. Like, are we all connected some way or another? You know, we've all...
Yeah, through the creator. That's what I've thought. I actually hate to go there, guys, but Mr. Brahma said something like this. Did you remember, guys, about the connection to each other? And yeah,
are you talking morphic fields there, Darryle?
That's what I mean. It was part of they're hiding the true nature of reality, because they're telling us that this, you know, flesh and bone, we're nothing. We're on an insignificant rock shooting through space at all these crazy speeds. Started all from a big bang caused from nothing. And that's how we all got here. It gives us this sense of insignificance, but what they're hiding isn't just the shape of the earth, in my opinion. What they're hiding, in addition to the shape of the earth, is the actual nature of reality. This could be a whole, you know, sort of quantum field of energy as far as we understand. And we can actually manipulate this energy with our thoughts and our intentions. You know, if we attempt to, we may all very well be psychically connected some way or another. I'm not sure what to call it, but I'm just putting the ideas out there. Like, we don't fully understand where we are, and that's an issue to me. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I throughout the life path I've led, I have looked at a lot of these topics, sir. Friends and I used to practice lucid dreaming. We used to practice, you know, reading cards from across rooms. I mean, we've played with these things. We've had some very interesting dream experiences from different states. I've had dreams and thoughts, and like hours or days later, the exact occurrence, the exact circumstances, the exact person that you say you think of them when they show up at the grocery store. There's no coincidences on flat Earth. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
I would add it wasn't an experiment. It was an observation that occurred in Britain in the 60s. We have a milkman. So it was traditional to have milk brought to your door. And I think during the 60s, the milk bottles went to a silver foil lid. And what was observed was that where this started, the silver foil lids, eventually the birds had started pecking and drinking the milk out of the top of the bottle. The moment that bottles were then silver foiled and put on other doorsteps across the country as the new way of packaging rolled out, birds instantly knew to just peck the top off and go into it. Now, how did those birds know? Did they send a tweet to each other, or I don't think Twitter existed back then. Do you know what I mean? So how was that data transferred?
Yes. I mean, you know, just as you were saying, some sort of field. I'm not sure exactly what you called it, but that also reminds me. What was that? Morphogenic field? What was it?
It's morphic. MORPHIC.
Okay, morphic. All right, and that reminds me of another occurrence that I can recall. The 100th monkey experiment. You all remember hearing about that one?
Heard of it?
Can you refresh us? Was that the typewriter or no?
It was the 100th monkey experiment. I believe was an experiment with a particular type of monkey. I believe the name was something along the lines of Macaca fruscata, where these humans in this area in Japan, I believe, or some island off the coast of China, somewhere in that area, would drop sweet potatoes onto the beach, and the monkeys would eat the sweet potatoes, but the sweet potatoes were covered in sand, and they would drop these sweet potatoes on different islands with these monkeys. And at some point, the younger monkeys figured out that if you take the sweet potatoes, and you rinse them off in the lake or ocean, that the sweet potatoes were more enjoyable because they didn't have the sand on them. And the younger monkeys started to teach the older monkeys how to, rinse the potatoes off before they ate them. And some way or another, monkeys on a completely different island also, it came to a tipping point to where most monkeys on that one island originally, I may be butchering the story, they originally all picked up on the idea of rinsing off the sweet potatoes before they ate them. And some way or another, different set of monkeys on a totally different island, they all kind of learned that without any communication, as if there was some way that they had communicated from one island to another with those monkeys on a completely different island. They automatically began taking the sweet potatoes and rinsing them off. They call that like the 100th monkey experiment. And that speaks again to this morphic field where thoughts can be shared over a distance. and to capsulize this whole thing, I'm hoping that we get to a tipping point where so many people understand that we've been deceived as far as the earth and then the true nature of reality, that the earth is flat, that it just kind of catches on. Like more people just wake up effortlessly.
Well, there's a tipping point of what I've in a study I read years back. In fact, it was probably 2 or 3 years ago when I started into this whole flat earth thing. It was the 10% is the threshold. If a group of people have this set idea and one person is introduced into that group and they start spreading a completely different idea, opposite, to whatever the group think is, by the time that reaches 10% of that population, then it just goes and spreads like wildfire throughout the rest of that little group. And I'll look up and find the guy that did the study. But yeah, that tipping point is what I think we all strive for with our YouTube channels, our Twitter accounts, is just getting enough people aware of the lie and wake them up.
Yes. And the whole creation of the counterculture, we talk a lot about getting the information out as far as, exposing the lies and all that. But, there's another aspect. We need to start figuring out what we're going to do once enough people know, maybe like a post-globe society. People were talking about that. So,
well, Chris Cox and I were speaking just a day or two ago, and he was saying, I guess the next move is that all the flat earth people start getting into politics so we can start shaping the education policies and the et cetera. And it's like, well, that's something I never thought of. Interesting way to approach. Take it over from the inside.
I think a lot of people should listen to what Mark Sargent said originally when the big reveal happens. Like, I mean, some of what he said may not be true, but some of it probably will be. And that's a pretty scary thought. I mean, NASA will die overnight. Mm-hmm. Teachers may get lynched. There's going to be the one idiot that throws a punch at the scientists, and there may be some riots. There could be like a whole divide. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on. So, some kind of outreach or adjustment centers or educationals, I was thinking earlier, Darryle, when you were talking, that your approach is similar to a lot of people who get it, is that we're trying to figure out the best way to break the news to people in the gentlest, most realistic yet affirming way to get them and move them boots on the ground right away. Does that make any sense?
Yes. That's what I'm about. I'm a simple guy. I use a very simple approach to this whole thing because that's that's kind of where the population's at, unfortunately. Through the chemtrails, using the sulfates and all that, the the heavy metal particulates slowing down our cognitive functions, the fluoride and all that slowing us down, loss of imagination through television, movies, video games, and pop culture. People just kind of slowed down mentally. So we have to go find them where they are. And, just try to be gentle when we get there, because it's kind of like trying to take a kid's ball away. So, you have to say, all right, well, I know you've played with the ball long enough, but hey, there's more to be done. Okay, we're sorry, but that's not reality, buddy.
And I think there's a balance that needs to be held there. Definitely be gentle, but don't be afraid to sort of push that comfort zone a little bit too, because that's what's going to help break that paradigm.
Yeah.
So it's really a fine balance. And I promise not to rant, but I'm just going to say this. If you go into politics with the idea of changing it from the inside, your motto by default automatically becomes choose me because I am the lesser of two evils. And that just doesn't work. So it's not going into politics and changing it from the inside. It's changing the whole fucking paradigm. And we're on the fringe. So I'm going to say the whole fucking paradigm, because that's what needs to be changed.
Woohoo!
Things just can't keep going on the way they are. We can't just keep voting for new masters. It can't continue.
Yeah, no.
Go, Josh.
Nope.
Josh, I totally fucking agree, bro.
Fucking A, man. You need to say this more, Josh. Continue,
me
brother.
fucking too.
Gosh darn it, you're right.
So you're on the fringe. I just want to ask a question. What's your stance on cannabis use?
Yeah, I do not indulge in cannabis use at all.
Good. Because if you're driving around in a van, that's exactly the thing you should be saying out loud on public airway.
Yes. No. That would mean that I would have to have cannabis inside my vehicle, and I most certainly do not. I work on a base, so yeah, no, I do not do that at all, man.
Cool.
Brilliant. That's the way to be.
As a side note, I did find the study. It was at the Rensselaer. I hope I'm tearing that name completely apart, because I know I am. It was a study done in 2011, and they did show that at 10% or below 10%, the thought is a minority thought, but at 10%, it grows like wildfire. And I will definitely drop that link in the show below after we get through wrapping things up here, because it is definitely an interesting point. They even have some nice graphs for Adam to check out.
I'll have a look at that, mate. On that, guys, I'm going to make a move. It's getting on for 2:45, and I'm about to come out.
You're not going to stay for my kiddie indoctrination video?
I might listen to it as I get ready for bed, but you don't want to hear me getting ready for bed. So, guys, it's been a real pleasure. Darryle, I'll catch you soon, hopefully, guys, and I'll speak to you boys later. Thanks, everyone. Yeah.
A great job.
All right, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
I hope somebody comes back and pulls out your whole moonlight temp experiment clip from this week and from last week and edits them all together.
Yeah, that's a great plan, sir.
That'd be great. Somebody can.
Cheers,
there's a guy who can't wait to get back to his studio.
Yeah, he's headed that way tomorrow.
Take it easy, and I'll see you as well.
All right, John.
All right, guys.
Take care, John.
Adam, travel safely.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Alrighty.
And since I don't work on a base, I smoke a shit ton of pot.
That's awesome.
I'm a cancer survivor, and I am prescribed a shitload of pot, and I smoke a shitload of pot, and it works. So I am an advocate for that.
I smoke a little bit constantly.
That's awesome.
Well, I've been able to take advantage of both the recreational and the medical side of things here, because I am a card holder in Oregon, and it's definitely helped with my symptoms from my wreck and my disability, without a doubt. And has also helped heal my mother.
That is fantastic. I kind of overcame my military mind trauma through meditation for the most part. That was something I used to be pretty into. I guess you could say I was kind of into the new age aspect, but yeah, used to do meditation. You tried some astral projection. That really didn't work out, but I always ended up having better days when I wake up in the morning and meditate for about 20 minutes or so. But cannabis, not so much anymore. It was a phase a while ago, but nah.
Well, I think it's probably safer that way, especially working on a military base. Better safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
Got to make
Hey, it's not everybody has a different cup of tea, right? Rob's the same way. Everybody has something, but yeah. What? Sorry, go ahead, John.
I was going to say, about how long do you think it took you to break that military brainwashing?
Not too long. I mean, there were points where I would, kind of, I was pretty much broken of it while I was still in, honestly, for the most part, that whole, I mean, cause we're taught in basic training. I mean, they teach people to kill. If you think about it, it's actually pretty sick. I had to do some training with some military guys a few months ago, and there was just a little drill we were doing. It was for medic certification, and they're kind of simulating firing their rifles, and the sound of their simulation was as they pull the trigger. Pretend to pull the trigger, they would say budget cuts. I'm like, wait a minute, you're thinking of shooting people and you're saying budget cuts? I mean, that was, I don't know. It's like you're training people to be psychopaths, and that is not even close to human nature. And it's just, I don't know. I get a little frustrated with it, and sometimes I'll just shut down and not even want to talk about it. To tell you the truth,
I was in Marine Corps and did their boot camp too, so I don't understand exactly the kind of psychopaths they're trying to breed out there and the sort of trauma that they inflict upon their subjects. It's ridiculous. Yes. Let me see. I mean, some of the chanting during the combat training, kill. I'm like, God, no, I couldn't do that again right now. I tell you that. I'd just be sick. But, I kind of didn't even really think about it while I was there, to be honest. So what sort of brainwashing still sticks with you? I mean, like me, I can pretty well sleep anywhere at a moment's notice. I can just fall asleep whenever I want, essentially, because you just kind of have to learn to do it. So what sort of other brainwashings have stuck with you from military? Anything? Oh, there's definitely that one. I can go for a pretty long time without eating or drinking water if I feel the need to. Sometimes I do it, not even trying. Sometimes I'm trying, and, it just happens that way. And, I can kind of tune my mind out of being hungry, go long periods of time without consuming. Like you said, can kind of fall asleep anywhere, after some of those mortar attacks. Honestly, even as an NCO, man, there were a couple nights where I would hear the explosions in the background. I would hear the alarm going off, and I would pretend to sleep through it because you can only fear for your life for so long until you're like, okay, they didn't give me this time, whatever. Wow. And just roll over. So, I mean, it's like a situation where they're actually firing live rounds over, and I'm like, well, they didn't kill me this time, so screw it. I'm not going to the bunker this time, dude. I'm tired. It's like 2:30 in the morning, and you're pretending to sleep through a missile attack. Yeah, people actually do that. But yeah, being able to sleep anywhere is one of those things that stuck with me, which is why it's easier for me to live in a van and just park somewhere. I'm like, whatever. I mean, there was that. The adjustment to different temperatures.
and I kind of understand when someone says it's hot. I was pretty upset about that coming back to Washington after the deployment because it'll be about 76 and somebody says it's hot. When I was overseas in the Middle East, I spent all of August in Kuwait. Anybody want to take a guess how hot it gets in Kuwait in August? Hottest day?
117.
It got up to 142 degrees one day.
That's ridiculous.
With humidity or no humidity? Is it dry?
It was a dry heat, and I remember I'm just standing there with my shades on and my boonie cap, sweat running down my face. I'm staring at the sun like, dude, really? I'm like, how far away are you? Seriously, how are people so hot and you're supposed to be so far away? I'm like, okay, so and I'll look it up. And I'm like, in Tacoma, it's 65 degrees in Tacoma when the sun's out, but I'm here in Kuwait and it's 142 degrees. I'll get back on my computer and look at that. I'm like, how is there a 70 to 80 degree difference? Are you kidding me?
Hi, Walt.
that kind of threw me off.
We've got Walt trying to.
Let me see who's calling. What's going on here?
It's Walt. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
He's having his Flat Friday freak out. He's a techno wizard. I swear, he may be magic or something. Electronics, they just don't work around him. Adam had me maybe convinced the other night that Walt may have that effect on things. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that video, Josh, this week that I was doing. It was just before I forget about the indoctrination and the space program. It's really unfair. I was actually shown that video as a kid. And, just made me think. Sorry, I probably just interrupted and rammed right in the middle of something I didn't mean to, but I just wanted to get it out there before I forgot.
Did you already get that video out?
I did. It's up. It's called it's in my Spotlight on Deception series, and it's called Look at How They Indoctrinated You. And you know what the weirdest thing about it is? I noticed the spaceship has a Pizzagate reference, and the whole rhyme that they use is like, my very educated mother. Me and John watched it the other night. I can't get the bloody song out of my head. Like, this is what I watched as a kid. It's pretty weird, but
okay. Now I remember.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it up here real